Hello, and welcome back. We're going to dive into Book 7, Hunters of the Dusk. Let's begin. Prologue. It was an age of tragic mistakes. For me, the tragedy began 14 years earlier when, mesmerized by a vampire's amazing performing tarantula, I stole it from him. After an initially successful theft, everything went to hell, and I paid for my crime with my humanity. Faking my own death, I left my family and home and traveled the world with the Cirque du Freak as the assistant to a blood-drinking creature of the night. My name's Darren Shan. I'm a half-vampire. I'm also, through a series of events so astounding I still have trouble believing they really happened, a vampire prince. The princes are the leaders of the vampire clan, respected and obeyed by all. There are only 5 of them. The others are Paris Skyle, Mika Valeth, Arrow, and Vansha March. I've been a prince for 6 years, living within the halls of Vampire Mountain, the stronghold of the clan, learning the customs and traditions of my people, and how to be a vampire of good standing. I'd also been learning the ways of warfare and how to use weapons. The rules of battle were essential components of any vampire's education, but now more so than ever, because we were at war. Our opponents were the Vampinese, our purple-skinned blood cousins. They're a lot like vampires in many ways, but alien to us in one key area. They kill whenever they drink blood. Vampires don't harm those they feed from. We simply take a small amount of blood from each human we target. But Vampinese believe it's shameful to feed without draining their victims dry. Though there was no love lost between the vampires and Vampinese, for hundreds of years, an uneasy truce had existed between the two clans. That changed 6 years ago, when a group of Vampinese, aided by a vampire traitor called Curtis Smolt, stormed Vampire Mountain in an attempt to seize control of the Hall of Princes. We defeated them, thanks largely to my discovery of the plot prior to their assault, then interrogated the survivors, baffled by why they should choose to attack. Unlike vampires, Vampinese had no leaders. They were entirely democratic, but when they split from the vampires 600 years ago, a mysterious, powerful magician known as Mr. Tiny paid them a visit and placed an item called the Coffin of Fire in their possession. This coffin burnt alive anyone who lay within it, but Mr. Tiny said that one night a man would lie down in it and step out unharmed, and that man would lead them into a victorious war with the vampires, establishing the Vampinese as the unopposed rulers of the night. During the interrogation, we learned to our horror that the Lord of the Vampinese had finally arisen, and Vampinese across the world were preparing for the violent, bloody war to come. Once our assailants had been put to a painful death, word spread from Vampire Mountain like wildfire. "We're at war with the Vampinese!" And we've been locked in combat with them ever since, fighting grimly, desperate to disprove Mr. Tiny's dark prophecy that we were destined to lose the war and be wiped from the face of the earth. Chapter 1. It was another long, tiring night in the Hall of Princes. A vampire general called Staffan Irv was reporting to me in Paris Skyle. Paris was the oldest living vampire, with more than 800 years under his belt. He had flowing white hair, a long grey beard, and had lost his right ear in a fight many decades ago. Staffan Irv had been active in the field for 3 years, and had been giving us a quick rundown of his experiences in the War of the Scars, as it had come to be known, a reference to the scars on our fingertips, the common mark of a vampire or Vampinese. It was a strange war. There were no big battles, and neither side used missile-firing weapons. Vampires and Vampinese fight only with hand-to-hand weapons like swords, clubs, and spears. The war was a series of isolated skirmishes, 3 or 4 vampires at a time pitting themselves against a similar number of Vampanese, fighting to the death. "There was 4 of us against 3 of them," Stefan Irv said, telling us about one of his more recent encounters. "But my lads was dry behind the tonsils, while the Vampanese was battle-hardy. I killed one of them, but the others got away, leaving 2 of my lads dead, and the third with a useless arm." "Have any of the Vampanese spoken of their lord?" Paris asked. "No, sire. Those I take alive only laugh at my questions, even under torture." In the 6 years that we had been hunting for their lord, there had been no sign of him. We knew he hadn't been blooded. Various Vampanese had told us that he was learning their ways before becoming one of them. And the general opinion was that if we were to have any chance of thwarting Mr. Tiny's predictions, we had to find and kill their lord before he assumed full control of the clan. A cluster of generals was waiting to speak with Paris. They moved forward as Stefan Irv departed, but I signaled them back. Picking up a mug of warm blood, I passed it to the one-eared prince. He smiled and drank deeply, then wiped red stains from around his mouth with the back of a trembling hand. The responsibility of running the war council was taking its toll on the ancient vampire. "Do you want to call it a night?" I asked, worried about Paris's health. He shook his head. "The night is young," he muttered. "But you are not," said a familiar voice behind me. "Mr. Crepsley." The vampire in the red cloak spent most of his time by my side, advising and encouraging me. He was in a peculiar position. As an ordinary vampire, he held no recognizable rank and could be commanded by the lowliest of generals. Yet, as my guardian, he wielded the unofficial powers of a prince, since I followed his advice practically all the time. The reality was that Mr. Crepsley was second in charge only to Paris Skyle, yet nobody openly acknowledged this. Vampire protocol, go figure. "You should rest," Mr. Crepsley said to Paris, laying a hand on the prince's shoulder. "This war will run a long time. You must not exhaust yourself too early. We will have need of you later." "Rot," Paris laughed. "You and Darren are the future. I am the past, Lartin. I will not live to see the end of this war if it drags on as long as we fear. If I do not make my mark now, I never will." Mr. Crepsley started to object, but Paris silenced him with the crooking of a finger. "An old owl hates to be told how young and virile he is. I am on my last legs, and anyone who says otherwise is a fool, a liar, or both." Mr. Crepsley tilted his head obediently. "Very well. I will not argue with you." "I should hope not," Paris sniffed, then shifted tiredly on his throne. "But this has been a taxing night. I will talk with these generals, then crawl off to my coffin to sleep. Will Darren be able to manage without me?" "Darren will manage," Mr. Crepsley said confidently, and stood slightly behind me as the generals advanced, ready to advise when required. Paris didn't make his coffin by dawn. The generals had too much to argue about. By studying reports and the movements of the Vampanese, they were trying to pinpoint the possible hiding place of their lord, and it was close to midday before the ancient prince slipped away. I treated myself to a short break, grabbed some food, then heard from the 3 of the mountain's fighting tutors, who were training the latest batch of generals. After that, I had to send 2 new generals out into the field for their first taste of combat. I quickly went through the small ceremony. I had to daub their foreheads with vampire blood and mutter an ancient war prayer over them, then wished them luck and sent them off to kill Vampanese or die. Then it was time for vampires to approach me with a wide range of problems and queries. As a prince, I was expected to deal with every sort of subject under the moon. I was only a young, inexperienced half-vampire, who had become a prince more by default than merit, but the members of the clan placed their trust completely in their princes, and I was afforded the same degree of respect as Paris or any of the others. When the last vampire had departed, I snatched about 3 hours of sleep in a hammock which I had strung up at the tier of the hall. When I woke, I ate some half-cooked salted boar meat, washed down with water, and followed by a small mug of blood. Then it was back to my throne for more planning, plotting, and reports. Chapter 2. I snapped out of sleep to the sound of screaming. Jerking awake, I fell out of my hammock onto the hard, cold floor of my rocky cell. My hand automatically darted for the short sword which I kept strapped by my side all times. Then the fog of sleep cleared, and I realized it was only Harkett having a nightmare. Harkett Moulds was a little person, a short creature who wore blue robes and worked for Mr. Tiny. He'd been human once, though he didn't remember who he used to be, or when or where he lived. When he died, his soul remained trapped on Earth until Mr. Tiny brought him back to life in a new, stunted body. "Harkett," I mumbled, shaking him roughly. "Wake up! You're dreaming again." Harkett had no eyelids, but his large green eyes dimmed when he fell asleep. Now the light in them flared, and he moaned loudly, rolling out of his hammock, as I had moments before. "Dragons!" he screamed, voice muffled by the mask he always wore. He wasn't able to breathe normal air for more than 10 or 12 hours, and without the mask, he'd die. "Dragons!" "No," I sighed. "You've been dreaming." Harkett stared at me with his unnatural green eyes, then relaxed and tucked his mask down, revealing a wide, grey, jagged gash of a mouth. "Sorry, Darren. Did I wake you?" "No," I lied. "I was up already." I swung back onto my hammock and sat gazing at Harkett. There was no denying he was an ugly build of a creature, short and squat, with dead grey skin, no visible ears or a nose. He had ears stitched behind the skin of his scalp, but without the sense of smell or taste. He had no hair, round green eyes, sharp little teeth, and a dark grey tongue. His face had been stitched together like Frankenstein's monster. Of course, I was no model myself. Few vampires were. My face, body, and limbs were laced with scars and burn marks, many picked up during my trials of initiation, which I had passed in my second attempt 2 years ago. I was also as bald as a baby, as a result of my first set of trials when I had been badly burnt. Harkett was one of my closest friends. He'd saved my life twice, when I was attacked by a wild bear on the trail to Vampire Mountain, then in a fight with a savage boars during my first failed trials of initiation. It bothered me to see him so disturbed by the nightmares which had been plaguing him for the last few years. "Was this nightmare the same as the others?" I asked. "Yes," he nodded. "I was wandering in a vast wasteland. The sky was red. I was searching for something, but I didn't know what. There were pits full of stakes. A dragon attacked. I fought it off, but another appeared. Then another, then..." He sighed miserably. Harkett's speech had improved greatly since he first started speaking. In the beginning, he had to pause for breath after nearly every 2 or 3 words, but he'd learned to control his breathing technique, and now only stalled during long sentences. "Were the shadow men there?" I asked. Sometimes he dreamt of shadowy figures who chased and tormented him. "Yeah, not this time," he said. "Though I think they'd have appeared if you hadn't woke me up." Harker was sweating. His sweat was a pale green color, and his shoulders shook slightly. He suffered greatly in his sleep, and stayed awake as long as he could, only sleeping 4 or 5 hours out of every 72. "Want something to eat or drink?" I asked. "No," he said. "Not hungry." He stood and stretched his burly arms. He was only wearing a cloth around his waist, so I could see his smooth stomach and chest. Harkin had no nipples or a belly button. Ah, it's good to see you, he said, pulling on his blue robes, which he'd never grown out of the habit of wearing. It's been ages since we got together. I know, I groaned. This war business is killing me, but I can't leave Paris to deal with it alone. He needs me. How is Sire Skyle? Harkett asked. Bearing up, but it's hard. So many decisions to make, so many troops to organize, so many vampires to send to their death. We were silent a while, thinking about the War of the Scars and the vampires, including some very good friends of ours who had perished in it. How have you been? I asked Harkett, shrugging off the morbid thoughts. Busy, he said. Seba's working me harder all the time. After a few months of milling around Vampire Mountain, Harkett had gone to work for the quartermaster, Seba Nile, who was in charge of stocking and maintaining the mountain's stores of food, clothes, and weapons. Harkett started out moving crates and sacks around, but he had learned quickly about supplies and how to keep up with the needs of the vampires, and now served as Seba's senior assistant. Do you have to return to the Hall of Princes soon? Harkett asked. Seba would like to see you. He wants to show you some spiders. The mountain was home to thousands of arachnids known as Bahalen spiders. I have to go back, I said regretfully, but I'll try to drop by soon. Do, Harkett said seriously. You look exhausted. Paris is not the only one who needs rest. Harkett had to leave shortly afterwards to prepare for the arrival of a group of generals. I lay in my hammock and stared at the dark rock ceiling, unable to get back to sleep. This was the cell Harkett and me had first shared when we came to Vampire Mountain. I liked this tiny cubby hole. It was the closest thing I had to a bedroom, but I rarely got to see much of it. Most of our nights were spent in the Hall of Princes, and the few free hours I had by day were normally passed easing or exercising. I ran a hand over my bald head while I was resting, and thought back over my trials of initiation. I'd sailed through them the second time. I didn't have to take them. As a prince, I was under no obligation, but it wouldn't have felt right if I hadn't. By passing the trials, I proved myself worthy of being a vampire. Apart from the scars and burns, I hadn't changed much in the last 6 years. As a half vampire, I only aged 1 year for every 5 that passed. I was a bit taller than when I left the Cirque du Freak with Mr. Crepsley, and my features had thickened and matured slightly. But I wasn't a full vampire, and wouldn't change vastly until I became one. As a full vampire, I'd be much stronger. I'd also be able to heal cuts with my spit, breathe out a gas which could knock people unconscious, and communicate telepathically with other vampires. Plus, I'd be able to flit, which is a super fast speed vampires can attain. On the downside, I'd be vulnerable to sunlight and couldn't move about during the day. But all that lay far ahead. Mr. Crapsley hadn't said anything about when I'd be fully blooded, but I gathered it wouldn't happen until I was an adult. That was 10 or 15 years away. My body was still that of a teenager, so I had loads of time to enjoy, or endure, my extended childhood. I lay relaxing for another half hour, then got up and dressed. I'd taken to wearing light blue clothes, trousers, and a tunic covered by a long, regal looking robe. My right thumb snagged on the arm of the tunic as I was pulling it on, as it often did. I'd broken the thumb 6 years ago, and it still stuck out at an awkward angle. Taking care not to rip the fabric of my extra tough nails, which could gouge holes in soft rock, I freed my thumb and finished dressing. I pulled on a pair of light shoes and ran a hand over my head to make sure that I hadn't been bitten by ticks. They popped out all over the mountain recently, annoying everyone. Then I made my way back to the Hall of Princes for another long night of tactics and debates. Chapter 3. The doors to the Hall of Princes could only be opened by a prince by laying their hand on the doors or touching a panel on the thrones inside the hall. Nothing could breach the wall of the hall, which had been built by Mr. Tiny and his little people centuries before. The Stone of Blood was housed in the hall and was of vital importance. It was a magical artifact. Any vampire who came to the mountain, most of the 3,000 vampires in the world had made the trek at least once, laid their hands on the stone and let it absorb some of their blood. The stone could then be used to track that vampire down, so if Mr. Crepsley wanted to know where Ara was, he simply had to lay his hands on the stone and think about him, and within seconds he'd have a fix on the prince. Or if he thought of an area, the stone would tell him how many vampires were there. I couldn't use the Stone of Blood to search for others, only full vampires were able to do that, but I could be traced through it, since it had taken blood from me when I became a prince. If the stone ever fell into the hands of the Vampanese, they could use it to track down all vampires who'd bonded with it. Hiding from them would be impossible. They'd annihilate us. Because of this danger, some vampires wanted to destroy the Stone of Blood, but there was a legend that it could save us in our hour of greatest need. I was thinking about all this when Paris used the Stone of Blood to maneuver troops in the field. As reports reached us of vampire positions, Paris used the stone to check where his generals were, then communicated telepathically with them, giving them orders to move from place to place. It was this which drained him so deeply. Others could have used the stone, but as a prince, Paris's word was law, and it was quicker for him to deliver the orders himself. While Paris was focused on the stone, Mr. Crepsley and me spent much of our time putting field reports together and building up a clear picture of the movements of the Vampanese. Many other generals were also doing this, but it was our job to take their findings, sort through them, pick out the more important nuggets, and make suggestions to Paris. We had loads of maps with pins stuck in to mark the positions of vampires and Vampanese. Mr. Crepsley had been intently studying a map for 10 minutes, and he looked worried. "Have you seen this?" he asked eventually, summoning me over. I stared at the map. There were 3 yellow flags and 2 red flags stuck close together around a city. We used 5 main colors to keep track of things: blue flags for vampires, yellow for Vampanese, green for Vampanese strongholds, cities and towns which they defended like bases. White flags were stuck in places where we'd won fights, red flags where we'd lost. "What am I looking for?" I asked, staring at the yellow and red flags. My eyes were bleary from lack of sleep, and too much concentrating on maps and poorly scrawled reports. "The name of the city," Mr. Crepsley said, running a fingernail over it. The name meant nothing to me at first. Then my head cleared. "That's your original home," I muttered. It was the city where Mr. Crepsley had lived when he was human. 12 years ago, he had returned, taking me and Evrevon, a snake boy from the Cirque du Freak, with him, to stop a mad Vampanese called Merlot, who had gone on a killing spree. "Find the reports," Mr. Crepsley said. There was a number on each flag, linking it to reports in our files, so we knew exactly what each flag represented. After a few minutes, I found the relevant sheets of paper and quickly scanned them. "The Vampanese seen there," I muttered. 2 were heading into the city. The other was leaving. The first red flags from a year ago. 4 generals were killed in a large clash with several Vampanese. "And the second red flag marks the spots where Staffan Irv lost 2 of his men," Mr. Crepsley said. "It was when I was adding this flag to the map that I noticed the degree of activity around the city." "Do you think it means anything?" I asked. It was unusual for so many Vampanese to be sighted in one location. "I am not sure," he said. "The Vampanese may have made a base there, but I do not see why. It is out of the way of their other strongholds." "We could send someone to check," I suggested. He considered that, then shook his head. "We have already lost too many generals there. It is not a strategically important site. Best to leave it alone. Mr. Crepsley rubbed the long scar which divided the flesh from the left side of his face and went on staring at the map. He cut his orange crop of hair tighter than usual. Most vampires were cutting their hair short because of the ticks, and he looked almost bald in the strong light of the hole. It bothers you, doesn't it? I noted. He nodded. If they have set up a base, they must be feeding on the humans. I still consider it home, and I do not like to think of my spiritual neighbors and relations suffering at the hands of the Vampanese. We could send in a team to flush them out. He sighed. That would not be fitting. I would be putting personal considerations before the welfare of the clan. If I ever get out in the field, I shall check on the situation myself, but there is no need to send others. What are the odds of you and me ever getting out of here? I asked wryly. I didn't enjoy fighting, but after 6 years cooped up inside the mountain, I'd have given my fingernails for a few nights out in the open, even if it meant taking on a dozen Vampanese single-handed. The way things stand, poor, Mr. Crepsley admitted. I think we will be stuck here until the end of the war. If one of the other princes suffers a serious injury and withdraws from battle, we might have to replace him. Otherwise... He drummed his fingers on the map and grimaced. You don't have to stay, I said quietly. There are plenty of others who could guide me. He barked a laugh. There are plenty who could steer you, he agreed. But how many would clip you around the ear if you made an error? Not many, I chuckled. They think of you as a prince, he said, whereas I still think of you first and foremost as a meddlesome little brat with a penchant for stealing spiders. Charming, I huffed. I knew he was kidding. Mr. Crepsley always treated me with respect my position deserved, but there was some truth to his teasing. There was a special bond between me and Mr. Crepsley, like between a father and son. He could say things to me that no other vampire would dare. I'd be lost without him. Placing the map of Mr. Crepsley's former home to one side, we returned to the more important business of the night, little dreaming of the events which would eventually lead us back to the city of Mr. Crepsley's youth, or the awful confrontation with evil that awaited us there. Chapter 4. The halls and tunnels of Vampire Mountain were buzzing with excitement. Mika Veleth had returned after an absence of 5 years, and the rumor was that he had news of the Vampanese Lord. I was in my cell, resting, when word broke. Wasting no time, I pulled on my clothes and hurried to the Hall of Princes at the top of the mountain to check if the stories were true. Mika was talking with Paris and Mr. Crepsley when I arrived, surrounded by a pack of generals eager for news. He was clad entirely in black, as was his custom, and his hawk-like eyes seemed darker and grimmer than ever. He raised one gloved hand in salute when he saw me pushing my way forward. I stood to attention and saluted back. "How's the cup, Prince?" he asked with a quick, tight grin. "Not bad," I replied, studying him for signs of injury. Many who returned to Vampire Mountain carried the scars of battle, but although Mika looked tired, he hadn't been visibly wounded. "What about the Vampanese Lord?" I asked directly. "According to the gossip, you know where he is." Mika grimaced. "If only." Looking around, he said, "Shall we assemble? I have news, but I'd rather announce it into the hall in general." Everyone present made straight for their seats. Mika settled on his throne and sighed contentedly. "It is good to be back," he said, patting the arms of the hard chair. "Has Siba been taking good care of my coffin?" "To the Vampanese with your coffin!" a general shouted, momentarily forgetting his place. What news of the Vampanese, Lord? Mika ran a hand through his jet black hair. First, let's make it clear. I don't know where he is. A groan spread through the hall. But I have had word of him, Mika added, and all ears pricked up at that. Before I begin, Mika said, do you know about the latest Vampanese recruits? Everybody looked blank. The Vampanese have been adding to their ranks since the start of the war, blooding more humans than usual to drive their numbers up. This is old news, Paris murmured. There are far fewer Vampanese than vampires in the world. We expected them to blood recklessly. It is nothing to worry about. We still outnumber them greatly. Yes, Mika said. But now they're also using unblooded humans. They call them vampets. Apparently, the Vampanese lord himself came up with the name. Like him, they're learning the rules of Vampanese life and warfare as humans. Before being blooded, he plans to build an army of human helpers. We can deal with humans, a general snarled, and there were shouts of agreement. Normally, Mika agreed. But we must be wary of these vampets. While they lack the powers of the Vampanese, they're learning to fight like them. Also, since they aren't blooded, they don't have to abide by the more restrictive Vampanese laws. They aren't unbound to tell the truth. They don't have to follow ancient customs. And they don't have to limit themselves to hand weapons. Angry mutters swept through the halls. The Vampanese are using guns? Paris asked, shocked. The Vampanese were even stricter than vampires where weapons were involved. We could use boomerangs and spears, but most Vampanese wouldn't touch them. The vampets aren't Vampanese, Mika grunted. There's no reason why a non-blooded vampet shouldn't use a gun. I don't think their masters approve, but under orders from their lord, they allow it. But the vampets are a problem for another night, Mika continued. I only mention them now because it's relevant to how I found out about their lord. A Vampanese would die screaming before betraying his clan, but the vampets aren't so hardened. I captured one a few months ago and squeezed some interesting details out of him. Foremost of which is the Vampanese lord doesn't have a base. He's traveling the world with a small band of guards, moving among the various fighting units, keeping up morale. The generals received the news with great excitement. If the Vampanese lord was mobile and lightly protected, he was more vulnerable to attack. Did this vampet know where the Vampanese lord was? Mr. Crepsley asked. No, Mika said. He'd seen him, but that had been more than a year ago. Only those who accompany him know of his travel patterns. What else did he tell you? Paris inquired. That their lord still hasn't been blooded, and that despite his efforts, morale is low. Vampanese losses are high, and many don't believe they can win the war. There has been a talk of a peace treaty, even outright surrender. Loud cheering broke out. Some generals were so elated by Mika's words that a group swept forward, picked him up, and carried him from the hall. They could be heard singing and shouting as they headed for the crates of ale and wine stored below. The other, more sober-headed generals looked to Paris for guidance. Go on, the elderly prince smiled. It would be impolite to let Mika and his over-eager companions drink alone. The remaining generals applauded this announcement and hurried away, leaving only a few hall attendants, myself, Mr. Crepsley, and Paris behind. This is foolish, Mr. Crepsley grumbled. If the Vampanese are truly considering surrender, We should push hard after them, not waste time. Larton, Harris interrupted. Follow the others. Find the largest barrel of ale you can and get good and steaming drunk. Mr. Cripsley stared at the prince, his mouth wide open. Paris, he gasped. You have been caged in here too long, Paris said. Go and unwind, and do not return without a hangover. But, Mr. Cripsley began. That is an order, Larton, Paris growled. Mr. Cripsley looked as though he'd swallowed a live eel, but he was never one to disobey an order from a superior, and so he clicked his heels together, muttered, Aye, sir, and stormed off to the storerooms in a huff. I've never seen Mr. Cripsley with a hangover, I laughed. What's he like? Like a... what do the humans say? A gorilla with a sore head? Paris coughed into a fist. He'd been coughing a lot lately, then smiled. But it will do him good. Larton takes life too seriously sometimes. What about you? I asked. Do you want to go? Paris pulled a sour face. A mug of ale would prove the end of me. I shall take advantage of the break by lying in my coffin at the back of the hall and getting a full day's sleep. Are you sure? I can stay if you want. No, go and enjoy yourself. I will be fine. Okay. I hopped off my throne and made for the door. Aaron, Paris called me back. An excessive amount of alcohol is as bad for the young as for the old. If you are wise, you will drink in moderation. Remember what you told me about wisdom a few years back, Paris? I replied. What? You said the only way to get wise was to get experienced. Winking, I rushed out of the hall and was soon sharing a barrel of ale with a grumpy, orange-haired vampire. Mr. Cripsley gradually cheered up as the night progressed and was singing loudly by the time he reeled back to his coffin late the following morning. Chapter 5. I couldn't understand why there were 2 moons in the sky when I awoke, or why they were green. Groaning, I rubbed the back of a hand over my eyes, then looked again. I realized I was lying on the floor, staring up at the green eyes of a chuckling Harkid Moulds. Have fun last night? He asked. I've been poisoned, I moaned, rolling over onto my stomach, feeling as though I was on the deck of a ship during a fierce storm. You won't be wanting boar guts and bat broth then? Don't, I winced, weak at the very thought of food. You and the others must have drained half the mountain supply of ale last night, Harkid remarked, helping me to my feet. Is there an earthquake? I asked as he let go of me. No, he said, puzzled. Then why is the floor shaking? He laughed and steered me to my hammock. I'd been sleeping inside the door of our cell. I had vague memories of falling off the hammock every time I tried to get on. I'll just sit on the floor a while, I said. As you wish, Harkid chortled. Would you like some ale? Go away or I'll hit you, I growled. Is ale no longer to your liking? No. That's funny. You were singing about how much you loved it earlier. Ale, ale, I drink like a whale. I am the prince of ale. I could have you tortured, I warned him. Never mind, Harkid said. The whole clan went crazy last night. It takes a lot to get a vampire drunk, but most managed. I've seen some wandering the tunnels, looking like... Please, I begged. Don't describe them. Harker laughed again, pulled me to my feet, and let me out of the cell into the maze of tunnels. Oh, where are we going? I asked. The Hall of Petrovingral. I asked Seba about cures for hangovers. I had a feeling you'd have one, and he said a shower usually did the trick. No, I moaned. Not the showers. Have mercy. Harker took no notice of my pleas, and soon he was shoving me under the icy cold waters of the internal waterfalls in the halls of Petrovingral. I thought my head was going to explode when the water first struck, but after a few minutes, the worst of my headache had passed, and my stomach had settled. By the time I was toweling myself dry, I felt 100 times better. We passed a green-faced Mr. Crepsley on our way back to our cell. I bid him good evening, but he only snarled in reply. I'll never understand the appeal of alcohol, Hawk had said as I was dressing. Haven't you ever gotten drunk? I replied. Perhaps in my past life, but not since becoming a little person. I don't have taste buds, and alcohol doesn't affect me. Lucky you, I muttered sourly. Once I dressed, we strolled up to the Hall of Princes to see if Paris needed me, but it was largely deserted, and Paris was still in his coffin. Let's go on a tour of the tunnels, beneath the halls, Harkin suggested. We'd done a lot of exploring when we first came to the mountain, but it had been 2 or 3 years since we'd last gone off on an adventure. Don't you have work to do? I asked. Yes, but... He frowned. It took a while to get used to Harkin's expressions. It was hard to know whether someone without eyelids in their nose was frowning or grinning, but I'd learned to read them. It will hold. I feel strange. It will hold. I feel strange. I need to be on the move. Okay, I said. Let's go walk about. We started in the hall of Korza Jan, where trainee generals were taught to fight. I'd spent many hours here, mastering the use of swords, knives, axes, and spears. Most of the weapons were designed for adults and were too large and cumbersome for me to master, but I picked up the basics. The highest ranking tutor was a blind vampire called Vanez Blaine. He'd been my trials master during both my trials of initiation. He'd lost his left eye in a fight with a lion many decades before, and lost the second 6 years ago in a fight with the Vampanese. Vanez was wrestling with 3 young generals. Though he was blind, he'd lost none of his sharpness, and the trio ended up flat on their backs in short order at the hands of the ginger-haired games master. You'll have to learn to do better than that, he told them. Then, with his back to us, he said, Hello, Darren. Greetings, Harkett Molds. Hi, Vanessa, we replied, not surprised that he knew who we were. Vampires had very keen senses of smell and hearing. I heard you singing last night, Darren, Vanessa said, leaving his 3 students to recover and regroup. No, I gasped, crestfallen. I thought Harker was joking about that. Very enlightening, Vanessa smiled. I didn't, I groaned. Tell me I didn't. Vanessa's smile spread. I shouldn't worry. Plenty of others made asses of themselves too. Ale should be banned, I growled. Nothing wrong with ale, Vanessa disagreed. It's the ale drinkers who need to be controlled. We told Vanessa we were going on a tour with the lower tunnels and asked if he'd like to tag along. Not much point, he said. I can't see anything. Besides, lowering his voice, he told us that 3 generals he was training were due to be sent into action soon. Between ourselves, they're as poor of a trio as I have ever passed fit for duty, he sighed. Many vampires were being rushed into the field to replace casualties in the War of the Scars. It was a constant It was a contentious point among the clan. It usually took a minimum of 20 years to be declared a general of good standing, but Paris said that desperate times called for desperate measures. Leaving Venez, we made for the storerooms to see Mr. Crepsley's old mentor, Siba Nile. At 700, Siba was the second oldest vampire. He dressed in red, like Mr. Crepsley, and spoke in the same precise way. He was wrinkled and shrunken with age, and limped badly, like Harkett. From a wound to his left leg, gained in the same fight that had claimed Venez's eye. Siba was delighted to see us. When he heard we were going exploring, he insisted on coming with us. There is something I wish to show you, he said. As we left the halls and entered the vast warren of lower connecting tunnels, I scratched my bald head with my fingernails. Ticks? Siba asked. No, I said. My head's been itching like mad lately. My arms and legs too, and my armpits. I think I have an allergy. Allergies are rare among vampires, Siva said. Let me examine you. Luminous lichen grew along many of the walls, and he was able to study me by the light of a thick patch. He smiled briefly, then released me. What is it? I asked. You are coming of age, Master Shan. What's that got to do with itching? You will find out, he said mysteriously. Siba kept stopping at webs to check on the spiders. The old quartermaster was uncommonly fond of the 8-legged predators. He didn't keep them as pets, but he spent a lot of time studying their habits and patterns. He was able to communicate with them using his thoughts. Mr. Crepsley could too, and so could I. Ah, he said eventually, stopping at a large cobweb. Here we are. Putting his lips together, he whistled softly, and moments later, a big grey spider with the curious green spots scribbled down its cobweb. And it was Asiba's upturned hand. Where did that come from? I asked, stepping forward from a closer look. It was larger than the normal mountain spiders, and different in color. Do you like it? Siba asked. I call them Bashan spiders. I hope you do not object. The name seemed appropriate. Bashan spiders, I repeated. Why would... I stopped. 14 years ago, I had stolen a poisonous spider from Mr. Crepsley, Madame Octa. 8 years later, I'd released her, on Siba's advice, to make a new home with the mountain spiders. Siba said she wouldn't be able to mate with the others. I hadn't seen her since I set her free, and I'd almost forgotten about her. But now the memories snapped into place, and I knew where this new spider had come from. It's one of Madame Octa's, isn't it? I groaned. Yes, Siva said. She mated with Bahalan spiders. I noticed this new strain 3 years ago, although it is only this last year that they have multiplied. They are taking over. I think they will become the dominant mountain spider, perhaps within 10 or 15 years. Siba, I snapped. I only released Madame Octa because you told me she couldn't have offspring. Are they poisonous? The quartermaster shrugged. Yes, but not as deadly as their mother. If 4 or 5 attack together, they could kill, but not one by itself. What if they go on a rampage? I yelled. They will not, Siva said stiffly. How do you know? I have asked them not to. They are brilliant, incredible. They are incredibly intelligent, like Madame Octa. They have almost the same mental abilities as rats. I am thinking of training them. To do what? I laughed. Fight, he said darkly. Imagine if we could send armies of trained spiders out into the world with orders to find Vampanese and kill them. I turned appealingly to Hagen. Tell him he's crazy. Make him see sense. Hagen smiled. It sounds like a good idea to me, he said. Ridiculous, I snorted. I'll tell Mika. He hates spiders. He'll send troops down here to stamp them out. Please do not, Siva said quietly. Even if they cannot be trained, I enjoy watching them develop. Please do not rid me of my one few remaining pleasures. I sighed and cast my eyes to the ceiling. Okay, I won't tell Mika. Nor the others, he pressed. I would be highly unpopular if word leaked. What do you mean? Siva cleared his throat guiltily. The ticks, he muttered. The new spiders have been feeding on ticks, so they have moved upward to escape. Oh, I said, thinking of all the vampires who had to cut their hair and beards and shave under their arms because of the deluge of ticks. I grinned. Eventually, the spiders will pursue the ticks to the top of the mountain, and the epidemic will pass, Siva continued. But until then, I would rather nobody knew what were causing it. I laughed. You'd be strung up if this got out. I know, he grimaced. I promised to keep word of the spiders to myself. Then Siva headed back for the halls. The short trip had tired him, and Harkett and me continued down the tunnels. The further we progressed, the quieter Harkett got. He seemed uneasy, but when I asked him what was wrong, he said he didn't know. Eventually, we found a tunnel which led outside. We followed it to where it opened onto the steep mountain face and sat staring up at the evening sky. It had been months since I'd stuck my head out in the open, more than 2 years since I'd slept outdoors. The air tasted fresh and welcome, but strange. It's cold, I noted, running my hands up and down my bare arms. Is it? Harkin asked. His dead grey skin only registered extreme degrees of heat and cold. It must be late autumn or early winter. It was hard keeping track of the seasons when you lived inside a mountain. Harker wasn't listening. He was scanning the forest and valleys below, as if he expected to find someone there. I walked a short bit down the mountain. Harker followed, then overtook me and picked up speed. Careful, I called, but he paid no attention. Soon he was running, and I was left behind, wondering what he was playing at. Harkett, I yelled. You'll trip and crack your skull if you... I stopped. He hadn't heard a word. Cursing, I slipped off my shoes, flexed my toes, then started after him. I tried to concentrate my speed, but that wasn't an option in such a steep decline. And soon I was hurtling down the mountains, sending pebbles and dust scattering, yelling at the top of my lungs with excitement and terror. Somehow, we kept on our feet and reached the bottom of the mountain intact. Harkett kept running, but he came to a small circle of trees, where he finally stopped and stood as though frozen. I jogged after him and came to a halt. What was that about? I gasped. Raising his left hand, Harkett pointed towards the tree. What? I asked, seeing nothing but trunks, branches, and leaves. He is coming, Harkett hissed. Who? The Dragon Master. I stared at Harkett oddly. He looked as though he was awake, but perhaps he dozed off and he was sleepwalking. Out. I think we should get you back inside, I said, taking his outstretched arm. We'll find a fire and. Hello, boys, somebody yelled from within the circle of the trees. Are you the welcoming committee? Letting go of Harket's arm, I stood beside him, now as stiff as he was, and stared again into the cluster of trees. I thought I recognized that voice, though I hoped I was wrong. Moments later, 3 figures emerged from the gloom. 2 were little people who looked almost exactly like Harket, except they had their hoods up and moved with stiffness which Harket had worked out of his system during his years among the vampires. The third was a small, smiling, white-haired man who struck far more fear in me than a band of marauding vampanese. Mr. Tiny. After more than 600 years, Desmond Tiny had returned to Vampire Mountain, and I knew as he strode forward towards us, beaming like a rat catcher in league with the Pied Piper of Hamelin, that his reappearance held nothing but trouble. Excuse me, I gotta go get some water. Chapter 6. Mr. Tiny paused briefly when he reached us. The short, plump man was wearing a shabby yellow suit, a thin jacket, no overcoat, with childish-looking green Wellington boots and a chunky pair of glasses. The heart-shaped watch he was always carrying hung by a chain from the front of his jacket. Some said Mr. Tiny was an agent of fate. His first name was Desmond, and if you shortened it and put the 2 names together, you got Mr. Destiny. You've grown, young Shan, he said, running an eye over me. And you, Harket, he smiled at the little person, whose green eyes seemed wider and rounder than ever. You have changed beyond recognition. Wearing your hood down, working for vampires, and talking. You knew I could talk, Harket muttered, slipping back into his old broken speech habits. You always knew. Mr. Tiny nodded, then started forward. Enough of the chit-chat, boys. I have work to do, and I must be quick. Time is precious. A volcano is due to erupt in a small tropical island tomorrow. Everybody within a 10-kilometer radius will be roasted alive. I want to be there. Sounds like great fun. He wasn't joking. That's why everyone feared him. He took pleasure in tragedies, which left anyone halfway human shaking down to their very core. We followed Mr. Tiny up the mountain, trailed by the 2 little people. Harket looked back often at his brothers, I think he was communicating with them. The little people can read each other's thoughts, but he said nothing to me about it. Mr. Tiny entered the mountain by a different tunnel to the one we'd used. It was a tunnel I'd never been in, higher, wider, and drier than most. There were no twists or side tunnels leading off it. It rose straight and steady up the spine of the mountain. Mr. Tiny spotted me staring at the walls of the unfamiliar tunnel. "This is one of my shortcuts," he said. "I've shortcuts all over the world, in places you wouldn't dream of. Saves time." As we progressed, we passed groups of very pale-skinned humans in rags, lining the sides of the tunnel, bowing low to Mr. Tiny. These were the Guardians of the Blood, people who lived within Vampire Mountain and donated their blood to the vampires. In return, they were allowed to extract the vampire's internal organs and brain when he died, which they ate at special ceremonies. I felt nervous walking past the ranks of the Guardians. I'd never seen so many of them gathered together before, but Mr. Tiny only smiled and waved at them, and didn't stop to exchange any words. Within a quarter of an hour, we were at the gate which opened onto the halls of Vampire Mountain. The guard on duty swung the door wide open when we knocked, but stopped when he saw Mr. Tiny and half closed it again. "Who are you?" he snapped defensively, hand snaking to the sword on his belt. "You know who I am, Perlet Chale," Mr. Tiny said, brushing past the startled guard. "How do you know my—" Perlet Chale began, then stopped and gazed after the departing figure. He was trembling, and his hand had fallen away from his sword. "Is that who I think it is?" he asked as I passed with Harkin and the little people. "Yes," I said simply. "Chana's guts!" he gasped, and made the death's touch sign by pressing the middle finger of his right hand to his forehead and the two fingers next to that over his eyelids. It was a sign vampires made when they thought death was close. Through the tunnels we marched, silencing conversations and causing jaws to drop. Even those who had never met Mr. Tiny recognized him, stopped what they were doing, and fell in behind us, following wordlessly, as though trailing a hearse. There was only one tunnel leading to the Hall of Princes. I'd found another 6 years ago, but that had since been blocked off, and it was protected by the mountain's finest guards. They were supposed to stop and search anyone seeking entry into the hall, but when Mr. Tiny approached, they gulped at him, lowered their weapons, then let him and the rest of the procession pass unobstructed. Mr. Tiny finally stopped at the doors of the hall and glanced at the domed building which he'd built six centuries earlier. "It's stood the test of time quite well, hasn't it?" he remarked to no one in particular. Then, laying a hand on the doors, he opened them and entered. Only princes were supposed to be able to open the doors, but it didn't surprise me that Mr. Tiny had the power to control them too. Mika and Paris were within the hall, discussing the war with a gaggle of generals. There were a lot of sore heads and bleary eyes, but everyone snapped to attention when they saw Mr. Tiny striding in. "By the teeth of the gods," Paris gasped, his face whitening. He cringed as Mr. Tiny set foot on the platform of the thrones, then drew himself straight and forced a tight smile. "Desmond," he said, "it is good to see you." "You too, Paris," Mr. Tiny responded. "To what do we owe this unexpected pleasure?" Paris inquired with strained politeness. "Wait a minute and I'll tell you," Mr. Tiny replied, then plopped himself down on a throne, mine, crossed his legs, and made himself comfortable. "Get the gang in," he said, crooking a finger at Mika. "I've something to say, and it's for everybody's ears." Within a few minutes, Almost every vampire in the mountain had crowded into the Hall of Princes and stood nervously by the walls, as far away from Mr. Tiny as possible, waiting for the mysterious visitor to speak. Mr. Tiny had been checking his nails and rubbing them up and down on the front of his jacket. The little people were standing behind the throne. Harkett stood to their left, looking uncertain. I sensed he didn't know whether to stand between his brothers of nature or with his brothers of choice, the vampires. "All present and correct?" Mr. Tiny asked. He got to his feet and waddled onto the front platform. "Then I'll come straight to the point. The Lord of the Vampanese has been blooded." He paused, anticipating gasps, groans, and cries of terror, but we all just stared at him, too shocked to react. 600 years ago, he continued, I told your forebears that the Vampanese Lord would lead the Vampanese into a war against you and wipe you out. That was a truth, but not the truth. The future is both open and closed. There's only one will be, but there are often hundreds of can be's, which means the Vampanese Lord and its followers can be defeated. Breath caught in every vampire's throat, and you could feel hope forming in the air around us, like a cloud. The Vampanese Lord is only a half Vampanese at the moment, Mr. Tiny said. If you find and kill him before he's fully blooded, victory will be yours. At that, a huge roar went up, and suddenly, vampires were clapping each other on the back and cheering. A few didn't join in the hooting and hollering. Those with first-hand knowledge of Mr. Tiny, myself, Paris, Mr. Crepsley, sensed he hadn't finished, and guessed there must be a catch. Mr. Tiny wasn't the kind to smile broadly while delivering good news. He only grinned like that when he knew there was going to be suffering and misery. When the wave of excitement had died down, Mr. Tiny had raised his right hand. He clutched his heart-shaped watch with his left hand. The watch glowed a dark red color, and suddenly his right hand glowed as well. All eyes settled on the 5 crimson fingers, and the hall went eerily quiet. When the Vampanese Lord was discovered 7 years ago, Mr. Tiny said, his face illuminated by the glow of his fingers, I studied the strings connecting the present to the future, and saw that there were 5 chances to avert the course of destiny. One of those has already come and gone. The red glow faded from his thumb, which he tucked down into his palm. That chance was Curtis Smoltz, he said. Curtis was the vampire who had led the Vampanese against us in a bid to seize control of the Stone of Blood. If Curtis had succeeded, most vampires would have been absorbed by the Vampanese in the War of the Scars, as you've termed it, would have been averted. But you killed him, destroying what was probably your best hope of survival in the process. He shook his head and tutted. That was silly. Curtis Smoltz was a traitor, Mika growled. Nothing good comes of treachery. I'd rather die honorably than owe my life to a turncoat. More foul you, Mr. Tiny chortled, then wiggled his glowing little finger. This represents your last chance, if all others fail. It will not fall for some time yet, if at all, so we shall ignore it. He tucked the glowing finger down, leaving the 3 middle fingers standing. Which brings us to my reason for coming. If I left you to your own devices, these chances would slip by unnoticed. You'd carry on as you had been. The windows of opportunity would pass, and before you knew it, he made a soft popping sound. Within the next 12 months, he said softly but clearly, there may be 3 encounters between certain vampires and the Vampirese Lord, assuming you heed my advice. 3 times he will be at your mercy. If you seize one of these chances and kill him, the war will be yours. If you fail, there will be one final, all-deciding confrontation upon which the fate of every living vampire will hang. He paused teasingly. To be honest, I hope it goes down to the wire. I love big dramatic conclusions. He turned his back on the hall, and one of his little people handed him a flask from which he drank deeply. Furious whispers and conversations swept through the assembled vampires while he was drinking, and when he next faced the crowd, Periscile was waiting. You have been very generous with your information, Desmond, he said. On behalf of all here, I thank you. Don't mention it, Mr. Tiny said. His fingers had stopped glowing. He let go of his watch, and his hands now rested in his lap. Will you extend your generosity and tell us which vampires are destined to encounter the Vampirese Lord? Paris asked. I will, Mr. Tiny said smugly. But let me make one thing clear. The encounters will only occur if the vampires choose to hunt the Lord of the Vampirese. The 3 I name don't have to accept the challenge of hunting him down, or take responsibility for the future of the vampire clan. But if they don't, you're doomed. For in these 3 alone lies the ability to change that which is destined to be. He slowly looked around the hall, meeting the eyes of every vampire present, searching for signs of weakness and fear. Not one of us looked away or wilted in the face of such a dire challenge. Very well, he grunted. One of the hunters is absent, so I'll not name him. If the other 2 head for the cave of Lady Ivana, they'll probably run into him along the way. If not, his chance to play an active part in this future will pass, and it will boil down to that lone pair. And they are? Paris asked tensely. Mr. Tiny glanced over at me with a long, horrible, sinking feeling in my guts. I guessed what was coming next. The hunters must be Lawton Crepsley and his assistant, Darren Shan, Mr. Tiny said simply. And as all eyes in the hall turned to seek us out, I had the sense of invisible tumbles clicking into place, and I knew my years of quiet security inside Vampire Mountain had come to an end. Chapter 7. The possibility of refusing the challenge never entered my thoughts. 6 years of living among vampires had filled me with their values and beliefs. Any vampire would lay down his life for the good of the clan. Of course, this wasn't as simple as giving one's life. I had a mission to fulfill, and if I failed, all would suffer. But the principle was the same. I've been chosen, and a vampire who had been chosen does not say no. There was a short debate in which Paris told Mr. Crepsley and me that this was not an official duty, and we didn't have to agree to represent the clan. No shame would befall us if we refused to cooperate with Mr. Tiny. At the end of the debate, Mr. Crepsley stepped forward, red cloak snapping behind him like wings, and said, I relish the chance to hunt down the Vampanese lord. I stepped up after him, sorry I wasn't wearing my impressive blue cloak, and said in what I hoped was a brave tone, "Me too." "The boy knows how to keep it short," Mr. Tiny murmured, winking at Harkett. "What about the rest of us?" Mika asked. "I've spent 5 years hunting for that accursed lord. I wish to accompany them." "Aye, me too," a general in the crowd shouted, and soon everyone was bellowing at Mr. Tiny, seeking permission to join us in the hunt. Mr. Tiny shook his head. "3 hunters must seek. No more, no less. Non-vampires may assist them, but if any of their kinsmen tag along, they shall fail." Angry mutters greeted that statement. "Why should we believe you?" Mika asked. "Surely 10 stand a better chance than 3, and 20 more than 10, and 30. Mr. Tiny clicked his fingers. There was a sharp, snapping sound, and dust fell from overhead. Looking up, I saw long, jagged cracks appear in the ceiling of the Hall of Princes. Other vampires saw them too and cried out, alarmed. "Would you, who have not seen 3 centuries, would you, who has not seen 3 centuries, dare to tell me, who measures time in continental drifts, about the mechanisms of fate?" Mr. Tiny asked menacingly. He clicked his fingers again, and the cracks spread. Chunks of the ceiling crumbled inwards. 1,000 Vampanese couldn't chip the walls of this hall, yet I, by clicking my fingers, can bring it tumbling down. He lifted his fingers to click them again. "No!" Mika shouted. "I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you." Mr. Tiny lowered his hand. "Think of this before crossing me again, Mika Valeth," he growled, then nodded at the little people he brought with him, who were headed up for the doors of the hall. "They'll patch up the roof before we leave," Mr. Tiny said. "But next time you anger me, I'll reduce this hall to rubble, leaving you and your precious stone of blood to the whim of the Vampanese." Blowing dust off his heart-shaped watch, Mr. Tiny beamed around the hall again. I take it we're decided. 3 it shall be?" 3, Paris agreed. 3, Mika muttered bleakly. "As I said, non-vampires may, indeed must, play a part. But for the next year, no vampire should seek out any of the hunters, unless for reasons which have nothing to do with the search for the Vampanese lord. Alone they must stand, and alone they must succeed or fail." With that, he brought the meeting to a close. Dismissing Paris and Mika with arrogant wave of his hand, he beckoned Mr. Crepsley and me forward, and grinned at us as he lay back on my throne. He kicked off one of his wellies while he was talking. He wasn't wearing socks, and I was shocked to see he had no toes. His feet were webbed at the ends, with 6 tiny claws jutting out like a cat's. "Frightened, Master Shan?" he asked, eyes twinkling mischievously. "Yes," I said, "but I'm proud to be able to help." "What if you aren't any help?" he jeered. "What if you fail and damn the vampires to extinction?" I shrugged. "What comes we take," I said, echoing a saying which was common among the creatures of the night. Mr. Tiny's smile faded. "I preferred you when you were less clever," he grumbled, then looked at Mr. Crepsley. "What about you?" Scared by the weight of your responsibilities? Yes, Mr. Krebsley answered. Think you might break beneath it? I might, Mr. Krebsley said evenly. Mr. Tiny pulled a face. You two are no fun. It's impossible to get a rise out of you. Harkett! He bellowed. Harkett approached automatically. What do you think of this? Does the fate of the vampires bother you? Yes, Harkett replied. It does. You care for them? Harkett nodded. Mr. Tiny rubbed his watch, which glowed briefly, then touched the left side of Harkett's head. Harkett gasped and fell to his knees. You've been having nightmares, Mr. Tiny noted. Fingers still at Harkett's temple. Yes, Harkett groaned. You want them to stop? Yes. Mr. Tiny let go of Harkett, who cried out, then gritted his sharp teeth and stood up straight. Small green tears of pain trickled from the corners of his eyes. It's time for you to learn the truth about yourself, Mr. Tiny said. If you come with me, I'll reveal it, and the nightmares will stop. If you don't, they'll continue and worsen, and within a year, you'll be a screaming wreck. Harkett trembled at that, but didn't rush to Mr. Tiny's side. If I wait, he said, will I have another chance to learn the truth? Yes, Mr. Tiny said, but you'll suffer much in the meantime, and I can't guarantee your safety. If you die before learning who you really are, your soul will be lost forever. Harkett frowned uncertainly. I have a feeling, he mumbled. Something whispers to me. He touched the left side of his chest. Here. I feel I should go with Darren and Lawton. If you do, it will improve their chances of defeating the Vampinese Lord, Mr. Tiny said. Your participation isn't instrumental, but it could be important. Harkett, I said softly, you don't owe us. You've already saved my life twice. Go with Mr. Tiny and learn the truth about yourself. Harkett frowned. I think that if I leave you to learn the truth, the person I was won't like what I've done. The little person spent a few more difficult seconds brooding about it, then squared up to Mr. Tiny. I'll go with them, right or wrong. I feel my place is with the vampires. All else must wait. So be it, Mr. Tiny sniffed. If you survive, our paths will cross again. If not... His smile was withering. What of our search? Mr. Krebsley asked. You mentioned Lady Ivana. Do we start with her? If you wish, Mr. Tiny said. I can't and won't direct you. But that's where I would start. After that, follow your heart. Forget about the quest and go where you feel you belong. Fate will direct you as it pleases. That was the end of our conversation. Mr. Tiny slipped away without a farewell, taking his little people. They completed their repair work while he was talking, no doubt anxious to make that final volcano of his the next day. Vampire Mountain was in an uproar that night. Mr. Tiny's visit and the prophecy were debated and discussed at length. The vampires agreed that Mr. Cripsley and me had to leave her on our own to link up with the third hunter, whoever he might be, but were divided as to what the rest of them should go. Some thought that since the clan's future rested with 3 lone hunters, they should forget the war with the Vampanese, since it no longer seemed to serve any purpose. Most disagreed and said it would be crazy to stop fighting. Mr. Crepsley led Harkett and me from the hall shortly before dawn, leaving the Archewing princes and generals behind, saying we needed to get a good day's rest. It was hard to sleep with Mr. Tiny's words echoing around my brain, but I managed to squeeze in a few hours. We woke about 3 hours before sunset, ate a short meal, and packed our meager belongings. I took a spare set of clothes, some bottles of blood, and my diary. We said our private goodbyes to Vanez and Siva. Our old quartermaster was especially sad to see us go. Then met Paris Skyle at the gate leading out of the halls. He told us Mika was staying on to assist with the night-to-night running of the war. He looked very poorly as I shook his hand, and I had a feeling that he hadn't many years left. If our search kept us away from Vampire Mountain for a long period, this might be the last time I saw him. "I'll miss you, Paris," I said, hugging him roughly after we'd shaken hands. "I will miss you too, young prince," he said, then squeezed me tight and hissed in my ear. "Find and kill him, Darren. There is a cold chill in my bones, and it is not the chill of old age. Mr. Tiny has spoken the truth. If the Vampanese lord comes into his full powers, I am sure we shall all perish." "I'll find him," I vowed, locking gazes with the ancient prince. "And if the chance falls for me to kill him, my aim will be true." "Then may the luck of the vampires be with you," he said. I joined Mr. Crepsley and Harkett. We saluted to those who gathered to see us off, then faced down the tunnels and set off. We moved quickly and surely, and within 2 hours had left the mountain and were jogging over open ground beneath a clear night sky. Our hunt for the Lord of the Vampanese had begun. Chapter 8. It was great to be back on the road. We might be walking into the heart of an inferno, and our companions would suffer immeasurably if we failed, but those were worries for in the future. In those first few weeks, all I could think about was how refreshing it was to stretch my legs and breathe clean air, not caged in with dozens of sweaty, smelly vampires. I was in high spirits as we cut a path through the mountains by night. Harkett was very quiet and spent a lot of time mulling over what Mr. Tiny had said. Mr. Crepsley seemed as glum as ever, though I knew that underneath the gloomy facade, he was as pleased to be out in the open as I was. We struck a firm pace and kept to it, covering many kilometers over the course of each night, sleeping deeply by day beneath the trees and bushes or in caves. The cold was fierce when we set off, but as we wound our way down through the mountain range, the biting chill lessened. By the time we reached the lowlands, we were as comfortable as a human would have been on a blustery autumn day. We carried spare bottles of human blood and fed on wild animals. It had been a long time since I hunted, and I was rusty to begin with, but I soon got back into the swing of it. "This is the life, isn't it?" I noted one morning as we chewed on the roasted carcass of a deer. We didn't light a fire most days. We ate our meat raw, but it was nice to relax around a mound of blazing logs every once in a while. It is, Mr. Crepsley agreed. I wish we could go on like this forever. The vampire smiled. You are not in a hurry to return to Vampire Mountain. I pulled a face. Being a prince is a great honor, but it's not much fun. You have had a rough initiation, he said sympathetically. Were we not at war, there would have been time for adventure. Most princes wander the world for decades before settling down to royal duty. Your timing was unfortunate. Still, can't complain, I said cheerfully. I'm free now. Harkett stirred up the fire and edged closer towards us. He hadn't said a lot since leaving Vampire Mountain, but now he lowered his mask and spoke. I loved Vampire Mountain. It felt like home. I never felt so at ease before, even when I was with the Cirque du Freak. When this is over, if I have the choice, I'll return. There is vampire blood in you, Mr. Crepsley said. He was joking, but Harker took his statement seriously. There might be, he said. I've often wondered if I was a vampire in my previous life. That might explain why I was sent to Vampire Mountain, and why I fitted in so well. It could also explain the stakes in my dreams. Harker's dreams often involved stakes. The ground would give way in his nightmares, and he'd fall into a pit of stakes, or be chased by a shadow man who carried stakes and drove them through his heart. Any fresh clues as to who he might have been? I asked. Did meeting Mr. Tiny jog your memory? Harkett shook his chunky, necklace head. No further insights, he sighed. Why did Mr. Tiny not tell you the truth about yourself if it was time for you to learn? Mr. Crepsley asked. I don't think it's as simple as that, Harkett said. I have to earn the truth. It's part of the deal we made. Wouldn't it be weird if Harkett had been a vampire? I remarked. What if he'd been a prince? Would he still be able to open the doors in the Hall of Princes? I don't think I was a prince, Harkett chuckled, the corners of his wide mouth lifting in a gaping smile. Hey, I said, if I can become a prince, anyone can. True, Mr. Crepsley muttered, then ducked swiftly as I tossed a leg of deer at him. Once clear of the mountains, we headed southeast and soon reached the outskirts of civilization. It was strange to see electric lights, cars, and planes again. I felt as though I had been living in the past and had stepped out of a time machine. It's so noisy, I commented one night as we passed through a busy town. We'd entered it to draw blood from humans, slicing them in their sleep with our nails, taking a small amount of blood, closing the cuts with Mr. Crepsley's healing spit, leaving them oblivious to the fact that they'd been fed upon. So much music and laughter and shouting. My ears were ringing from the noise. Humans always chatter like monkeys, Mr. Crepsley said. It is their way. I used to object when you said things like that, but not anymore. When I became Mr. Crepsley's assistant, I clung to the hope of returning to my old life. I dreamt of regaining my humanity and going home to my family and friends. No longer. My years in Vampire Mountain have rid me of my human desires. I was a creature of the night now, and content to be so. The itching was getting worse. Before leaving town, I found a pharmacy and bought several anti-itching powders and lotions, which I rubbed into my flesh. The powders and lotions brought no relief. Nothing stopped the itching, and I scratched myself irritably as we journeyed to the cave of Lady Ivana. Mr. Crepsley wouldn't say much about the woman we were going to meet, where she lived, whether she was a vampire or a human, and why we were going to see her. You should tell me these things, I grumbled one morning as we made camp. What if something happens to you? How would Harker and me find her? Mr. Crepsley stroked the long scar running down his left side of his face. After all of our years together, I still didn't know how he got it, and nodded thoughtfully. You are right. I will draw a map before nightfall. And tell us who she is. He hesitated. That is harder to explain. It might be best coming from her own lips. Ivana tells different people different things. She might not object to you knowing the truth, but then again, she might. Is she an inventor? I pressed. Mr. Crepsley owned a collection of pots and pans which folded up into tiny bundles, making them easier to carry. He told me that Ivana had made them. She sometimes invents, he said. She is a woman of many talents. Much of her time is spent breeding frogs. Excuse me? I blinked. It is her hobby. Some people breed horses, dogs, or cats. Ivana breeds frogs. How can she breed frogs? I snorted skeptically. You will find out. Then he leant forward and tapped my knee. But whatever you say, do not call her a witch. Why would I call her a witch? I asked. Because she is one. Sort of. We're going to meet a witch. We're going to meet a witch? Harkett snapped worriedly. That troubles you? Mr. Crepsley asked. Sometimes in my dreams there's a witch. I have never seen her face, not clearly, and I'm not sure if she is good or bad. There are times when I run to her for help, and times when I run away, afraid. You haven't mentioned that before, I said. Harkett's smile was shaky. With all the dragons, stakes, and shadow men, what's one little witch? The mention of dragons reminded me of something he'd said when we met Mr. Tiny. He'd called him the Dragon Master. I asked Harkett about this, but he couldn't remember saying it. Although, he mused, sometimes I see Mr. Tiny in my dreams, riding the backs of dragons. Once he tore the brain out of one and tossed it at me. I reached out to catch it, but woke before I could. We thought about that image a long time. Vampires place a lot of importance on dreams. Many believe that dreams act as links to the past or future, and that much can be learned from them. But Harkett's dreams didn't seem to have any bearing on reality, and in the end, Mr. Crepsley and me dismissed them, rolled over, and slept. Harkett didn't. He stayed awake, green eyes glowing faintly, putting off sleep as long as he could, avoiding the dragons, stakes, witches, and other perils of his troubled nightmares. Chapter 9. One dusk, I awoke with a feeling of absolute comfort. As I stared up at a red, darkening sky, I tried putting my finger on why I felt so good. Then I realized the itching had stopped. I lay still a few minutes, afraid it would return if I moved, but when I finally got to my feet, there wasn't the slightest prickling sensation. Grinning, I headed for a small pond where we'd camped by to wet my throat. I lowered my face into the cool, clear water of the pond and drank deeply. As I was rising, I noticed an unfamiliar face in the reflecting surface of the water. A long-haired, bearded man. It was directly in front of me, which meant he must be standing right behind me, but I hadn't heard anyone approach. Swiveling swiftly, My hand shot to the sword which I had brought from Vampire Mountain. I had it halfway out of its scabbard before stopping, confused. There was no one there. I looked around for the shabby bearded man, but he was nowhere to be seen. There were no nearby trees or rocks he could have ducked behind, and not even a vampire could have moved quickly enough to disappear so swiftly. I turned back towards the pond and looked into the water. Again, there he was, as clear and hairy as before, scowling up at me. I gave a yelp and jumped back from the water's edge. Was the bearded man in the pond? If so, how was he breathing? Stepping forward, I locked gazes with the hairy man. He looked like a caveman for the third time, and smiled. He smiled back. "Hello," I said. His lips moved when mine did, but silently. "My name's Darren Shan." Again, his lips moved in time with mine. I was getting annoyed. Was he mocking me? When realization struck, it was me! I could see my eyes and the shape of my mouth now that I looked closely, and the small triangular scar just above my right eye, which had become as much part of me as my nose or ears. It was my face, no doubt about that, but where had all the hair come from? I felt around my chin and discovered a thick, bushy beard. Running my right hand over my head, which should have been smooth, I was stunned to feel long, thick locks of hair. My thumb, which stuck out at an angle, caught in several of the strands, and I winced as I tucked it free, pulling some hair out with it. What in Cleton Lurd's name had happened to me? I checked further. Ripping off my t-shirt revealed a chest and stomach covered in hair. Huge balls of hair had also formed under my armpits and over my shoulders. I was hairy all over. "Chana's guts!" I roared, then ran to wake my friends. Mr. Crepsley and Hargett were breaking camp when I rushed up, panting and shouting. The vampire took one look at my hairy figure, whipped out a knife, and roared at me to stop. Hargett stepped up beside him, a grim expression on his face. As I halted, gasping for breath, I saw they didn't recognize me. Raising my hands to show they were empty, I crowed, "Don't attack! It's me!" Mr. Crepsley's eyes widened. "Darren?" "It can't be," Hargett growled. "This is an imposter." "No," I moaned. "I woke up, I went to the pond to drink, and found... I shook my hairy arms at them. Mr. Crepsley stepped forward, sheathed his knife, and studied my face incredulously. Then he groaned. "The purge," he muttered. "The what?" I shouted. "Sit down, Darren," Mr. Crepsley said seriously. "We have a lot of talking to do. Hargett, go fill our canteens and fix a new fire." When Mr. Crepsley had gathered his thoughts, he explained to Hargett and me what was happening. "You know that half vampires become full vampires when more vampire blood is pumped into them. What we have never discussed, since I did not anticipate it so soon, is the other way in which blood can turn. Basically, if one remains a half vampire for an extremely long period of time, the average is 40 years, one's vampire cells eventually attack the human cells and convert them, resulting in full vampirism. We call this the purge." "You mean I've become a full vampire?" I asked quietly, both intrigued and frightened by the notion. Intrigued because it would mean extra strength, the ability to flit and communicate telepathically. Frightened because it would also mean a total retreat from daylight and the world of humanity. "Not yet," Mr. Crepsley said. "The hair is simply the first stage. We shall shave it off presently, and though it will grow back, it will stop after a month or so. You will undergo other changes during that time. You will grow and experience headaches and sharp bursts of energy. But these too will cease. At the end of the changes, your vampiric blood may have replaced your human blood entirely, but it probably will not, and you will return to normal for a few months or a couple of years. But sometime within the next few years, your blood will turn completely. You have entered the final stages of half vampirism. There is no turning back. We spent most of the rest of the night discussing the purge. Mr. Crepsley said it was rare for a half vampire to undergo the purge after less than 20 years, but it was probably linked to when I had become a vampire prince. More vampiric blood had been added to my veins during the ceremony, and that must have speeded up the process. I recalled Seba studying me in the tunnels of Vampire Mountain and told Mr. Crepsley about it. He must have known about the purge. He must have known about the purge, I said. Why didn't he warn me? It was not his place, Mr. Crepsley said. As your mentor, I am responsible for informing you. I am sure he would have told me about it, so that I could have sat down with you and explained it. But there was no time. Mr. Tiny arrived, and we had to leave the mountain. You said Darren would grow during the purge, Harkett said. How much? There is no telling, Mr. Crepsley said. Potentially, he could mature to adulthood in the space of a few months, but that is unlikely. He shall age a few years, but probably no more. You mean I'll finally hit my teens? I asked. I would imagine so. I thought about that for a while, then grinned. Cool. But the purge was far from cool. It was a curse. Shaving off all the hair was bad enough. Mr. Crepsley used a long, sharp blade which scraped my skin raw. But the changes my body was undergoing were much worse. Bones were lengthening and fusing. My nails and teeth grew. I had to bite my nails and grind my teeth together while I walked at night to keep them in shape. And my feet and hands got longer. Within weeks, I was 5 centimeters taller, aching all over from growth pains. My senses were in a state of disarray. Slight sounds were magnified. The snapping of a twig was like a house collapsing. The dullest of smells sent my nose tingling. My sense of taste deserted me completely. Everything tasted like cardboard. I began to understand what life must be like for Harkett and made a resolution never to tease him about his lack of taste buds again. Even dim lights were blinding to my ultra-sensitive eye. The moon was like a fierce spotlight in the sky, and if I opened my eyes during the day, I might as well have been sticking 2 fiery pins into them. The inside of my head would flare like a metallic pain. Is this what sunlight is like for full vampires? I asked Mr. Crepsley one day as I shivered beneath a thick blanket, eyes shut tight against the painful rays of the sun. Yes, he said. That is why we avoid even short periods of exposure to daylight. The pain of sunburn is not especially great, not for the first 10 or 15 minutes, but the glare of the sun is instantly unbearable. I suffered with immense headaches during the purge, a result of my out-of-control senses. There were times when I thought my head was going to explode, and I'd weep helplessly from the pain. Mr. Crepsley helped me fight the dizzying effect. He bound light strips of cloth around my eyes. I could still see pretty well, and stuffed balls of grass into my ears and up my nostrils. That was uncomfortable, and I felt ridiculous. Harkett's howls of laughter didn't help, but the headaches lessened. Another side effect was a fierce surge of energy. I felt as if I was operating on batteries. I had to run ahead of Mr. Crepsley and Harkett at night, then double back to meet them just to tire myself out. I exercised like crazy every time we stopped, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, and usually woke long before Mr. Crepsley, unable to sleep more than a couple of hours at a time. I climbed trees and cliffs and swam across rivers and lakes, all in an effort to use up my unnatural store of energy. I'd have wrestled an elephant if I found one. Finally, after 6 weeks, the turmoil ceased. I stopped growing. I didn't have to shave anymore, although the hair on my head remained. I was no longer bold. I removed the cloth and grass balls, and my taste returned, although patchily to begin with. I was about 7 centimeters taller than I had been when the purge hit me, and noticeably broader. The skin on my face had hardened, giving me a slightly older appearance. I looked like a 15 or 16-year-old now. Most importantly, I was still a half vampire. The purge hadn't eliminated my human blood cells. The downside of that was that I'd have to undergo the discomfort of the purge again in the future. On the plus side, I could continue to enjoy sunlight for the time being before having to abandon it forever in favor of the night. Although I was keen to become a full vampire, I'd missed the daytime world. Once my blood turned, there was no going back. I accepted that, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. This way, I had months, perhaps a year or two, to prepare myself for the change. I'd outgrown my clothes and shoes, so I had to stock up at a small human outpost. We were leaving civilization behind again. In an army surplus shop, I chose gear similar to my old stuff, adding a couple of purple shirts to my blue ones and a dark green pair of trousers. As I was paying for the clothes, a tall, lean man entered. He was wearing a brown shirt, black trousers, and a baseball cap. I need supplies, he grunted at the man serving behind the counter, tossing a list at him. You'll need a license for the guns, the shopkeeper said, running an eye over the scrap of paper. I've got one. The man was reaching into a shirt pocket when he caught sight of my hands and stiffened. I was holding my new clothes across my chest, and the scars on my fingertips, where I'd been blooded by Mr. Krebsley, were clear. The man relaxed instantly and turned away, but I was sure he had recognized the scars and knew what I was. Hurrying from the shop, I found Mr. Krebsley and Harker on the edge of town and told them what happened. Was he nervous? Mr. Krebsley asked. Did he follow you when you left? No. He just went stiff when he saw the marks, then acted as though he hadn't seen them. But he knew what the marks meant, I'm certain of it. Mr. Krebsley rubbed his scar thoughtfully. Humans know the truth about vampire marks are uncommon, but some exist. In all probability, he is an ordinary person who had simply heard tales of vampires in their fingertips. But he might be a vampire hunter, I said quietly. Vampire hunters are rare, but real. Mr. Krebsley thought it over, then decided. We will proceed as planned, but keep our eyes open. And you or Harkett will remain on watch by day. If an attack comes, we shall be ready. He smiled tightly and touched the handle of his knife. And waiting. Chapter 10. By dawn, we knew we had a fight on our hands. We were being followed, not just by one person, but 3 or 4. They picked up our trail a few kilometers outside the town and had been tracking us ever since. They moved with admirable stealth, and if we hadn't been anticipating trouble, we might not have known anything was amiss. But when a vampire is alert to danger, not even the most fleet-footed human can sneak up on him. What's the plan? Harkett asked, as we were making camp in the middle of a small forest, sheltered from the sun beneath the intertwining branches and leaves. They will wait for full daylight to attack, Mr. Krebsley said, keeping his voice low. We will act as though all is normal and pretend to sleep. When they come, we deal with them. Will you be okay in the sun? I asked. Though we were sheltered where we were, a battle might draw us out of the shade. The rays will not harm me during the short time it will take to deal with this threat, Mr. Krebsley replied, and I will protect my eyes with cloth, as you did during your purge. Making beds amidst the moss and leaves on the ground, we wrapped ourselves in our cloaks and settled down. Of course, they might just be curious, Harkett muttered. They could simply want to see what a real-life vampire looks like. They move too keenly for that, Mr. Crepsley disagreed. They are here on business. I just remembered, I hissed. The guy in the shop was buying guns. Most vampire hunters come properly armed, Mr. Crepsley grunted. Gone are the nights when the fools toted only a hammer and wooden stake. There was no more talk after that. We lay still, eyes closed, except for Harkett, who covered his lidless eyes with his cloak, breathing evenly, feigning sleep. Seconds passed slowly, taking an age to become minutes and an eternity to become hours. It had been 6 years since my last taste of vicious combat. My limbs felt unnaturally cold and stiff. Icy snakes of fear coiled and uncoiled inside the walls of my stomach. I kept flexing my fingers beneath the folds of my cloak, never far from my sword, ready to draw. Shortly after midday, when the sun would be most harmful to a vampire, the humans moved in for the kill. There were 3 of them, spread out in a semicircle. At first, I could only hear the rustling of leaves as they approached, and the occasional snap of a twig. But as they closed upon us, I became aware of their heavy breathing, the creak of their tense bones, the pacey, panicked pounding of their hearts. They came to a standstill 10 or 12 meters away, tucked behind trees, preparing themselves to attack. There was a long, nervous pause. Then the sound of a gun being slowly cocked. Now! Mr. Crepsley roared, springing to his feet, launching himself at the human nearest him. While Mr. Crepsley closed in on his assailant at incredible speed, Harkett and me targeted the others. The one I'd set my sights on cursed loudly, stepped out from behind his tree, brought his rifle up, and got a snapshot off. A bullet whizzed past, missing me by several centimeters. Before he could fire again, I was upon him. I wrenched the rifle from the human's hand and tossed it away. A gun went off behind me, but there was no time to check on my friends. The man in front of me had already drawn a long hunting knife, so I quickly slipped my sword out. The man's eyes widened when he saw the sword. He'd painted the area around his eyes with red circles of what looked like blood, then narrowed. "You're just a kid," he snarled, slashing at me with his knife. "No," I disagreed, stepping out of range of his knife, jabbing at him with my sword. "I'm much more." As the human slashed at me again, I brought my sword up and out in a smooth, arcing slice, through the flesh, muscles, and bones of his right hand, severing 3 of his fingers, disarming him in an instant. The human cried out in agony and fell away from me. I took advantage of the moment to see how Mr. Crepsley and Harkett were faring. Mr. Crepsley had already dispatched his human and was striding towards Harkett, who was wrestling with his opponents. Harkett appeared to have the advantage of his foe, but Mr. Crepsley was moving into place to back him up, should the battle take a turn for the worse. Satisfied that all was going in our favor, I switched my attention back on the man on the ground, psyching myself up for the unpleasant task of making an end of him. To my surprise, I found him grinning horribly at me. "You should have taken my other hand too," he growled. My eyes fixed on the man's left hand, and my breath caught in my throat. He was clutching a hand grenade close to his throat. "Don't move," he shouted. "Don't move," he shouted as I lurched toward him. He half pressed down on the detonator with his thumb. "If this goes off, it takes you with me." "Easy," I sighed, backing off slightly, gazing fearfully at the pinned grenade. Primed grenade. "I'll take it easy in hell," he chuckled sadistically. He'd shaved his head bald, and there was a dark V tattooed into the either side of his skull just above his ears. "Now, tell your foul vampire partner and that grey-skinned monster to let my companion go or I'll..." There was a sharp whistling sound from the trees to my left. Something struck the grenade and sent it flying from the human's hand. He yelled and grabbed for another grenade. He had a string of them strapped around his chest. There was a second whistling sound, and a glinting, multi-pointed object buried itself in the middle of the man's head. The man slumped backwards with a grunt, shook crazily, then lay still. I stared at him, bewildered, automatically bending closer for a clearer look. The object in his head was a gold throwing star. Neither Mr. Krebsley nor Harker carried such a weapon, so who'd thrown it? In the answer to my unvoiced question, someone jumped from a nearby tree and strode towards me. "Only ever turn your back on a corpse," the stranger snapped as I whirled towards him. "Didn't Venice Blaine teach you that?" "I forgot," I wheezed, too taken aback to say anything else. The vampire, he had to be one of us, was a burly man of medium height, with reddish skin and dyed green hair, dressed in purple animal hides, which had been stitched together crudely. He had huge eyes, almost as large as Harkett's, and a surprisingly small mouth. Unlike Mr. Krebsley's, his eyes were uncovered, though he was squinting painfully in the sunlight. He wore no shoes and carried no weapons other than dozens of throwing stars strapped to his several belts looped around his torso. "I'll have my shuriken back, thank you," the vampire said to the dead human, prying the throwing star loose, wiping it clean of blood, and reattaching it to one of the belts. He turned the man's head left and right, taking in the shaved skull, tattoos, and red circles around the eyes. "Vampeds," he snorted. "I've clashed with them before. Miserable curse." He spat on the dead man, then used his bare foot to roll him over so he was lying face down. When the vampire turned to address me, I knew who he was. I'd heard him described many times, and greeted him with the respect he deserved. "Vancha March," I said, bowing my head. "It's an honor to meet you, sire." "Likewise," he replied blithely. Vancha March was the vampire prince I'd never met, the wildest and most traditional of all the princes. "Vancha!" Mr. Krebsley boomed, tearing the cloth away from around his eyes, crossing the space between us and clasping the prince's shoulders. "What are you doing here, sire? I thought you were further north." "I was," Vancha sniffed, freeing his hands and wiping the knuckles on his left hand across his nose, then flicking something green and slimy away. "But there was nothing happening, so I cut south. I'm heading for Lady Ivana's." "We are too," I said. "I figured as much. I've been trailing you for the last couple of nights." "You should have introduced yourself sooner, sire," Mr. Krebsley said. "This is the first time I've seen the new prince," Vancha replied. "I wanted to observe him from afar for a while." He studied me sternly. "On the basis of this fight, I have to say, I'm not overly impressed." "I heard, sire," I said stiffly. "I was worried about my friends, and I made the mistake of pausing when I should have pushed ahead. I accept full responsibility, and I apologize most humbly." "At least he knows how to make a good apology," Vancha laughed, clapping me on the back. Vancha March was covered in grime and dirt, and smelt like a wolf. It was his standard appearance. Vancha was a true being of the wilds. Even among vampires, he was considered an extremist. He only wore clothes that he had made himself from wild animal skins, and he never ate cooked meat or drank anything other than fresh water, milk, and blood. As Harkett limped towards us, having finished off his attacker, Vancha sat and crossed his legs. Lifting his left foot, he lowered his head to it and started biting the nails. "So, this is the little person who talks," Vancha mumbled, eyeing Harkett over the nail of his left big toe. "Harkett Moulds, is it?" "It is, sire," Harkett replied, lowering his mask. "I might as well tell you straight up, Moulds. I don't trust Desmond Tiny or any of your stumpy disciples." "And I don't trust vampires who chew their toenails," Harkett threw back at him, then paused and added slyly. Sire. Venture laughed at that and spat out a chunk of nail. I think we're going to get along fine, Maltz. Hard trek, sire? Mr. Crepsley asked, sitting down beside the prince, covering his eyes with cloth again. Not bad, Venture grunted, uncrossing his legs. He then started in on his right toenails. Yourselves? The travelling has been good. Any news from Vampire Mountain? Venture asked. Lots, Mr. Crepsley said. Well, save it for tonight. Venture let go of his foot and lay back. He took off his purple cloak and draped it over himself. Wake me when it's dusk, he yawned, rolled over, fell straight asleep, and started to snore. I stared, goggle-eyed at the sleeping prince, then at the nails he'd chewed off and spat out, then at his ragged clothes and dirty green hair, then at Harkett and Mr. Crepsley. He's a vampire prince, I whispered. He is, Mr. Crepsley smiled. But he looks like, Harkett muttered uncertainly. He acts like... Do not be fooled by appearances, Mr. Crepsley said. Venture chooses to live roughly, but he is the finest of vampires. If you say so, I responded dubiously, and spent most of the day lying on my back, staring up at the cloudy sky, kept awake by the loud snoring of Venture March. Chapter 11. We left the vampeds lying where we'd killed them. Venture said they weren't worthy of burial, and set off at dusk. As we marched, Mr. Crepsley told the prince of Mr. Tiny's visit to Vampire Mountain and what he predicted. Venture said little while Mr. Crepsley was talking, and brooded upon his words in silence for a long time after we finished. I don't think it takes a genius to surmise that I'm the third hunter, he said in the end. I would be most surprised if you were not, Mr. Crepsley agreed. Venture had been picking between his teeth with the tip of a sharp twig. Now he tossed it aside and spat into the dust of the trail. Venture was a master spitter. His spit was thick, globular, and green, and he could hit an ant at 20 paces. I don't trust that evil meddler, Tiny, he snapped. I've run into him a couple of times, and I've made a habit of doing the opposite of anything he says. Mr. Crepsley nodded. Generally speaking, I would agree with you, but these are dangerous times, sire, and... Larton, the prince interrupted. It's Venture, March, or Hey Ugly while we're on the trail. I won't have you kowtowing to me. Very well, Mr. Crepsley grinned. Ugly. He grew serious again. These are dangerous times, Venture. The future of our race is at stake. Dare we ignore Mr. Tiny's prophecy? If there is hope, we must seize it. Venture let out a long, unhappy sigh. For hundreds of years, Tiny's let us think we're doomed to lose the war when the Vampanese Lord arose. Why does he tell us now, after all this time, that it isn't cut and dried, but we can only prevent it if we follow his instructions? The prince scratched the back of his neck and spat into the bush to our left. Sounds like a load of guano to me. Maybe Ivana can shed a light on the subject, Mr. Crepsley said. She shares some of Mr. Tiny's powers and can sense the path of the future. She might be able to confirm or dismiss his predictions. If so, I'll believe her, Venture said. Ivana guards her tongue closely, but when she speaks the truth. If she says our destiny lies on the road, I'll gladly pitch in with you. If not, he shrugged and let the matter rest. Venture March was weird, and that was putting it mildly. I'd never met anyone like him. He had a code all of his own. As I already knew, he wouldn't eat cooked meat or drink anything but fresh water, milk, and blood, and he made his clothes from the hides of animals he hunted. But I learned much more about him during the 6 nights it took us to reach Lady Ivana's. He followed the old ways of the vampires. Long ago, vampires believed that we were descended from wolves. If we lived good lives and stayed true to our beliefs, we'd become wolves again when we died and roam the wilds of paradise as spirit creatures of the eternal night. To that end, they lived more like wolves than humans, avoiding civilization except when they had to drink blood, making their own clothes, following the laws of the wild. Vancha wouldn't sleep in a coffin. He said they were too comfortable. He thought a vampire should sleep out in the open ground, covering himself with no more than his cloak. He respected vampires who used coffins, but had a very low opinion of those who slept in beds. I didn't dare tell him about my preference for hammocks. He had a great interest in dreams, and often ate wild mushrooms which led to vibrant dreams and visions. He believed the future was mapped out in our dreams, and if we learned to decipher them, we could control our destinies. He was fascinated by Harcourt's nightmares and spent many long hours discussing them with the little person. The only weapons he used were his shurikens, the throwing stars, which he carved himself from various metals and stones. He thought hand-to-hand combat should be exactly that, fought with one's hands. He had no time for swords, spears, or axes, and refused to touch them. How can you fight someone who has a sword? I asked one evening as we were getting ready to break camp. Do you run? I run from nothing, he replied sharply. Here, let me show you. Rubbing his hands together, he stood opposite me and told me to draw my sword. When I hesitated, he slapped my left shoulder and jeered. Afraid? Of course not, I snapped. I just don't want to hurt you. He laughed out loud. There's not much fear of that, is there, Larsen? I would not be so sure, Mr. Crepsley demurred. Darren is only a half vampire, but he is sharp. He could test you, Vancha. Good, the prince said. I relish worthy opponents. I looked pleadingly at Mr. Crepsley. I don't want to draw on an unarmed man. Unarmed, Vancha shouted. I have 2 arms. He waved them at me. Go ahead, Mr. Crepsley said. Vancha knows what he is doing. Pulling out my sword, I faced Vancha and made a half-hearted lunge. He didn't move, simply watched as I pulled the tip of my sword up short. Pathetic, he sniffed. This is stupid, I told him. I'm not. Before I could say anything else, he darted forward, seized me by the throat, and made a small, painful cut across my neck with his nails. Ow! I yelled, stumbling away from him. Next time I'll cut your nose off, he said pleasantly. No, you won't, I growled and swung at him with my sword, properly this time. Vancha ducked clear of the arc of my blade. Good, he grinned. That's more like it. He circled me, eyes on mine, fingers flexing slowly. I kept the tip of my sword low until he came to a halt, then moved towards him and jabbed. I expected him to shift aside, but instead he brought the palm of his right hand up and swiped the blade away, as he would a flat stick. As I struggled to bring back around, he stepped in, caught a hold of my hand above the wrist, gave a sharp twist which caused me to release the sword, and I was weaponless. See? He smiled, stepping back and raising his hands to show the fight was at an end. If this was for real, your ass would be grass. Vancha had a foul mouth. That was one of his tamest insults. Big deal, I sulked, rubbing my sore wrist. You beat a half vampire. You couldn't win against a full vampire or a Vampanese. I can and I have, he insisted. Weapons are tools of fear, used by those who are afraid. One who learns to fight with his hands always has the advantage over those who rely on swords and knives. Know why? Why? Because they expect to win, he beamed. Weapons are false. They are not of nature and inspire false confidence. When I fight, I expect to die. Even now, when I sparred with you, I anticipated death and resigned myself to it. Death is the worst this world can throw at you, Darren. Even if you accept it, it has no power over you. Picking up my sword, he handed it to me and watched to see what I'd do. I had the feeling he wanted me to cast it aside, and I was tempted to earn his respect, but I'd have felt naked without it, so I slid it back into its sheath and glanced down at the ground, slightly ashamed. Venture clasped the back of my neck and squeezed amiably. Don't let it bother you, he said. You're young. You have loads of time to learn. His eyes creased as he thought about Mr. Tiny and the Lord of the Vampanese, and he added gloomily, I hope. I asked Vansha to teach me how to fight barehanded. I studied unarmed combat in Vampire Mountain, but that had been against opponents who were also unarmed. Apart from a few lessons regarding what to do if I lost my weapon during battle, I'd never been taught how to take on a fully armed foe using only my hands. Vansha said it would take years to master, and I could expect lots of nicks and bruises while learning. I waved away such concerns. I loved the thought of being able to best an armed Vampanese with my bare hands. Training couldn't start on the trail, but Vansha talked me through a few basic blocking tactics when we'd rested by day, and promised to give me a real workout when we got to Avarnus. The prince would tell me no more about the witch than Mr. Crepsley had, though he did say she was both the fairest and least attractive of women, which made no sense at all. I thought Vansha would be strongly anti-Vampanese. The vampires who despise Vampanese the most were normally those steeped in the old ways. But to my surprise, he had nothing against them. Vampanese are noble and true, he said a couple of nights before we reached Avarnus. I don't agree with their feeding habits. There's no need to kill when we drink, but otherwise, I admire them. Vansha nominated Curtis Smolt to become a prince, Mr. Crepsley remarked. Yeah, I admired Curda, Vansha said. He was known for his brains, but he also had guts. He was a remarkable vampire. Don't you... I coughed and trailed off into silence. Say what's on your mind, Vansha told me. Don't you feel bad for nominating him after what he did, leading the Vampanese against us? No, Vansha said bluntly. I don't approve of his actions, and if I had been at council, I wouldn't have spoken up on his behalf. But he was following his heart. He acted for the good of the clan. Misguided as he was, I don't think Curda was a real traitor. He acted poorly, but his motives were pure. I agree, Hawkett said, joining the conversation. I think Curda has been poorly treated. He was right that he was killed when he was captured, but it's wrong to say he was a villain and not mention his name in the Hall of Princes. I didn't respond to that. I liked Curda immensely and knew he'd done his best to spare the vampires the wrath of the Vampanese Lord. But he'd killed one of my other friends, Gavna Pearl, and brought about the death of more, including Aris Sales, a female vampire who had once been Mr. Crepsley's mate. I'd learnt the identity of Vansha's real enemy the day before we came to the end of the first leg of our journey. I'd been sleeping, but my face was itchy, an after effect of the purge, and I awoke before midday. I sat up, scratching under my chin, and spotted Vansha at the edge of camp, his clothes tossed aside except for a strip of bear hide tied around his waist, rubbing spit into his skin. Vancha? I asked quietly. What are you doing? I'm going walking, he said, and continued rubbing spit into the flesh of his shoulders and arms. I stared up at the sky. It was a bright day, and hardly any clouds were around to block out the sun. Vancha, it's daytime, I said. Really? He replied sarcastically. I'd never have guessed. Vampires burn in sunlight, I said, wondering if he'd bumped his head and forgotten what he was. Not immediately, he said, then looked at me sharply. Have you ever wondered why vampires burn in the sun? Well, no, not exactly. There's no logical reason, Vancha said. According to the stories humans tell, it's because we're evil, and evil beings can't face the sun. But that's nonsense. We're not evil, and even if we were, we should still be able to move about during the day. Look at wolves, he continued. We're supposed to be descended from them, but they can endure the sunlight. Even true nocturnal creatures like bats and owls can survive by day. Sunlight must confuse them, but it doesn't kill them. So why does it kill vampires? I shook my head uncertainly. I don't know. Why? Vancha barked a laugh. Damned if I know. Nobody does. Some claim we were cursed by a witch or a sorcerer, but I doubt that. The world's full of servants of the dark arts, but none with the power to make such a lethal curse. My hunch is Desmond Tiny. What's Mr. Tiny got to do with it? I asked. According to ancient legends, forgotten by most, Tiny created the first vampires. They say he experimented on wolves and mixed their blood with that of humans, resulting in. He tapped his chest. That's ridiculous, I snorted. Perhaps. But if those legends are true, our sun related weakness is also Tiny's work. They say he was afraid we'd grow too powerful and take over the world, so he tainted our blood and made us slaves of the night. He stopped rubbing spit in and gazed upwards, eyes scrunched up against the disorienting rays of the sunlight. Ugh, nothing's as awful as slavery, he said quietly. If the stories are true, and we're night slaves because of Tiny's meddling, there's only one way to win back our freedom. Fight. We have to take on the enemy, look it full in the face, and spit in its eye. You mean fight Mr. Tiny? Not directly. He's too slippery a customer to pin down. Then who? We have to fight his manservant, he said. When I looked blank, he elaborated. The sun. The sun, I laughed, then stopped when I saw he was serious. How can you fight the sun? Simple, Vancha said. You face it, take its blows, and keep coming back for more. For years, I've been subjecting myself to the rays of the sun. Every few weeks, I walk about for an hour by day, letting the sun burn me, toughening my skin and eyes to it, testing it, see how long I can survive. You're crazy, I chortled. Do you really think you can get the better of the sun? I don't see why not, he said. A foe's a foe. If it can be engaged, it can be defeated. Have you made any progress? I asked. Not really, he sighed. It's much the same as when I began. The light half blinds me. It takes almost a full day for my vision to return to normal, and the headaches to fade. The rays cause a reddening within 10 or 15 minutes, and it gets painful soon after. I've managed to endure it for close to 80 minutes a couple of times, but I'm badly burnt by the end, and it takes 5 or 6 nights of total rest to recover. When did this war of yours begin? Let's see, he mused. It was about 200 when I started. Most vampires weren't sure of their exact age. When you lived as long as they did, birthdays ceased to mean very much. And I'm more than 300 now, so I guess it's been the best part of a century. 100 years, I gasped. Have you ever heard the phrase banging your head against a brick wall? Of course, he smirked. But you forget, Darren. Vampires can break walls with their heads. With that, he winked and walked off into the sunlight, whistling loudly to engage in his crazy battle with a huge ball of burning gas hanging millions and millions of kilometers away in the sky. Chapter 12. A full moon was shining when we arrived at Lady Ivana's. Even so, I'd have missed the clearing if Mr. Crepsley hadn't nudged me and said, "We are here." I later learned that Ivana had cast a masking spell over the place, so unless you knew where to look, your eyes would skim over her home and not register it. I stared straight ahead, but for a few seconds could see nothing but trees. Then the power of the spell faded, the imaginary trees vanished, and I found myself gazing down upon a crystal clear pond, glowing a faint white color from the light of the moon. There was a hill on the opposite side of the pond, and I could see the dark arched entrance of a huge cave in it. As we strolled down the gentle slope to the pond, the night air filled with the sound of croaking. I stopped, alarmed, but Venture smiled and said, "Frogs. They're alerting Ivana. They'll stop once she tells them it's safe." Moments later, the frog chorus ceased, and we walked in silence again. We skirted the edge of the pond, Mr. Crepsley and Venture warning Hark and me not to step on any frogs, thousands of which were rested by or in the cool water. "The frogs are creepy," Harker whispered. "I feel like they're watching us." "They are," Venture said. They guard the pond and the cave, protecting Ivana from intruders." "What could a bunch of frogs do against intruders?" I laughed. Venture stooped and grabbed a frog. Holding it up to the moonlight, he gently squeezed its sides. Its mouth opened, and a long tongue darted out. Venture caught the tongue with the index finger and thumb of his right hand, careful not to touch the edges. "See the tiny sacs along the sides?" he asked. "Those yellow-red bulges?" I said. "What about them?" "Filled with poison. If this frog wrapped its tongue around your arm or calf of your leg, the sacs would pop, and the poison would seep through your flesh." He shook his head grimly. "Ugh. Death in 30 seconds. Venture laid the frog down on the damp grass and let go of its tongue. It hopped away about its business. Harker and me walked with extreme care after that. When we reached the mouth of the cave, we stopped. Mr. Crepsley and Venture sat down and laid aside their packs. Venture took out a bone he'd been chewing on for the last couple of nights and got to work on it, pausing only to spit at the occasional frog, which wandered too close to us. "Aren't we going in?" I asked. "Not without being invited," Mr. Crepsley replied. "Ivana does not take kindly to intruders." "Isn't there a bell we can ring?" "Ivana has no need of bells," he said. "She knows where we are. She knows we are here, and will come to greet us in her own time." "Ivana's not a lady to be rushed," Vancha agreed. "A friend of mine thought he'd enter the cave on the quiet once, to surprise her." He munched cheerfully in his bone. She gave him huge warts all over. He looked like... Vancha frowned. "It's hard to say, because I've never seen anything quite like it, and I've seen most everything in my time." "Should we be here if she's that dangerous?" I asked worriedly. "Ivana will not harm us," Mr. Crepsley assured me. "She has a quick temper, and it's best not to rile her. But she would never kill one with vampire blood unless provoked." "Just make sure you don't call her a witch," Vancha warned, for what must have been the 100th time. Half an hour after we'd settled by the cave, dozens of frogs, larger than those surrounding the pond, came hopping out. They formed a circle around us and sat, blinking slowly, hemming us in. I started to get to my feet, but Mr. Krebsley told me to stay seated. Moments later, a woman emerged from the cave. She was the ugliest, most unkempt woman I'd ever seen. She was short, barely taller than the squat Harked molds, with long, dark, untidy hair. She had rippling muscles and thick, strong legs. Her ears were sharply pointed, her nose was tiny. It looked like there were just two holes above her upper lip, and her eyes were narrow. When she got closer, I saw that one eye was brown and the other was green. What was even stranger was that the colors switched. One minute her left eye would be brown, the next her right. She was extraordinarily hairy. Her arms and legs were covered with black hair. Her eyebrows were two large caterpillars. Bushy hair grew out of her ears and nostrils. She had a fairly full beard, and her mustache would have put Otto von Bismarck to shame. Her fingers were surprisingly stubby. As a witch, I'd expected her to have bony claws, though I guess that's an image I got from books and comics I read when I was a child. Her nails were cut short, except for the two little fingers, where they grew long and sharp. She didn't wear traditional clothes or animal hides like Vansha. Instead, she was dressed in ropes. Long, thickly woven yellow ropes wrapped around her chest and lower body, leaving her arms, legs, and stomach free. I'd have found it hard to imagine a more fearsome, off-putting woman, and my insides gurgled uneasily as she shuffled towards us. "Vampires," she snorted, stepping through the ranks of frogs, which parted as she advanced. "Always ugly, bloody vampires. Why don't handsome humans ever come calling?" "They're probably afraid you'd eat them," Venture laughed in reply, then stood and hugged her. She hugged back, hard, and lifted the vampire prince off his feet. "Oh, my little Vansha," she cooed, as though cuddling a baby. "You've put on some weight, sire." "And you're uglier than ever, lady," he grunted, gasping for breath. "Ah, you're only saying that to please me," she giggled, then dropped him and turned to Mr. Krebsley. "Larton," she nodded politely. "Ivana," he replied, standing and bowing. Then, without warning, he kicked out at her, but swift as he was, the witch was swifter. She grabbed his leg and twisted. He rolled over and collapsed flat on the ground. Before he could react, Ivana jumped on his back, grabbed his chin, and pulled his head up sharply. "Surrender?" she yelled. "Yes," he wheezed, face reddening, not with shame, but pain. "Wise boy," she laughed and kissed his forehead quickly. Then she stood and studied Harked and me, running a curious green eye over Harked and a brown one over me. "Lady Ivana," I said as warmly as I could, trying not to let my teeth chatter. "It is good to meet you, Darren Shan," she replied. "You are welcome." "Lady," Harked said, bowing politely. He wasn't as nervous as me. "Hello, Harked," she said, returning Harked's bow. "You are also welcome, as you were before." "Before?" he echoed. "This is not your first visit," she said. "You have changed in many ways, within and without, but I recognize you. I'm gifted that way. Appearances don't deceive me for long." "You mean you knew who I was before I became a little person?" Harked asked, astonished. When Ivana nodded, he leant forward eagerly. "Who was I?" The witch shook her head. "Can't say. That's for you to find out." Harked wanted to push the matter, but before he could, she fixed her gaze on me and stepped forward to cup my chin between several cold, tough fingers. "So, This is the boy Prince, she murmured, turning my head left, then right. I thought you would be younger. You were struck by the purge as we travelled here, Mr. Crepsley informed her. Ah, that explains it. She hadn't let go of my face, and still her eyes scanned me, as though probing for weakness. So, I said, feeling as though I should speak, saying the first thing that popped into my head. You're a witch, are you? Mr. Crepsley and Vansha groaned. Ivana's nostrils flared, and her head shot forward so our faces were millimeters apart. What did you call me? She hissed. Nothing. Sorry. I didn't mean it. You two are to blame, she roared, spinning away from me to face a wincing Mr. Crepsley and Vansha Marge. You told him I was a witch. No, Ivana, Vansha said quickly. We told him not to call you that, Mr. Crepsley assured her. I should gut the pair of you, Ivana growled, cocking the little finger of her right hand at them. I would too, if Darren wasn't here. But I'd hate to make a bad first impression. Glowering hotly, she relaxed her little finger. Mr. Crepsley and Vansha relaxed too. I could barely believe it. I'd seen Mr. Crepsley face fully armed Vampanese without flinching, and was sure Vansha was every bit as composed in the face of great danger. Yet here they stood, trembling before a short, ugly woman with nothing more threatening than a couple of long fingernails. I started to laugh at the vampires, but then Ivana whirled around, and the laughter died on my lips. Her face had changed, and she now looked more like an animal than a human, with a huge mouth and long fangs. I took a frightened step back. Mind the frogs, Harkett shouted, grabbing my arm to stop me from stepping on one of the poisonous guards. I glanced down to make sure I hadn't trodden on any of the frogs. When I looked up again, Ivana's face was back to normal. She was smiling. Appearances, Darren, she said. Never let them fool you. The air around her shimmered. When it cleared, she was tall, lithe, and beautiful, with golden hair and a flowing white gown. My jaw dropped, and I stared at her rudely, astonished by how pretty she was. She clicked her fingers and was her original self again. I'm a sorceress, she said, a word sister, an enchantress, a priestess of the arcane. I am not, she added, shooting a piercing look at Mr. Crepsley and Vansha, a witch. I'm a creature of many magical talents. These allow me to take any shape I choose, at least in the minds of those who see me. Then why, I started to say before remembering my manners. Do I choose this ugly form? She finished for me. Blushing, I nodded. I feel comfortable this way. Beauty means nothing to me. Looks are the least important thing in my world. This is the shape I assumed when I first took human form, so it is the shape I return to most often. I prefer you when you're beautiful, Vansha muttered, then coughed gruffly when he realized he'd spoken aloud. Be careful, Vansha, Ivana chuckled, or I'll take my hand to you as I did to Larton all those years ago. She cocked an eyebrow at me. Did he ever tell you how he got that scar? I looked at the long scar running down the left side of Mr. Crepsley's face and shook my head. The vampire was blushing a deep crimson color. Please, lady, he pleaded. Do not speak of it. I was young and foolish. You most certainly were, Ivana agreed, and nudged me wickedly in the ribs. I was wearing one of my beautiful faces. Larson got tipsy on wine and tried to kiss me. I gave him a little scratch to teach him some manners. I was stunned. I'd always thought he'd picked up the scar fighting Vampinese with some fierce animal of the wilds. You are cruel, Ivana, Mr. Crepsley moped, stroking his scar miserably. Vansha was laughing so hard that snot was streaming from his nose. Larson, he howled. Wait till I tell the others. Oh, I always wonder why you were so coy about that scar. Normally vampires boast about their wounds, but you... Shut up, Mr. Crepsley snapped with uncharacteristic bluntness. I could have healed it, Ivana said. If it had been stitched immediately, it wouldn't be half as noticeable as it is. But he took off like a kicked dog and didn't return for 30 years. I did not feel wanted, Mr. Crepsley said softly. Poor Larton, she smirked. You thought you were a real ladies' man when you were a young vampire, but... She pulled her face and cursed. I knew I'd forgotten something. I meant to have them set up when you arrived, but I got distracted. Muttering to herself, she turned to the frogs and made low croaking noises. What's she doing? I asked Vansha. Talking to the frogs, he said. He was still grinning about Mr. Crepsley's scar. Harker gasped and dropped to his knees. Darren, he called, pointing to a frog. Crouching beside him, I saw that on the back of the frog was an eerily accurate image of Paris Skyle, done in dark green and black. Weird, I said, and gently touched the image, ready to whip my hand back if the frog opened its mouth. I frowned and traced the lines more firmly. Hey, I said, this isn't paint. I think it's a birthmark. It can't be, Harkett said. No birthmark could look that much like a person, especially not one we... Hey, there's another. I turned and looked where he was pointing. That's not Paris, I said. No, Harkett agreed, but it's a face. And there's a third. He pointed to a different frog. And a fourth, I noted, standing and gazing around. They must be painted on, Harkett said. They're not, Vansha said. Bending, he picked up a frog and held it out for us to examine. This close to it, aided by the strong light of the moon, we could see that the marks were actually underneath the frog's uppermost layer of skin. I told you Ivana bred frogs, Mr. Crepsley reminded us. He took the frog from Vansha and traced the shape of the face, which was burly and bearded. It is a mix of nature and magic. She finds frogs with strong natural markings, magically enhances them, and breeds them, producing faces. She is the only one in the world who can do it. Here we are, Ivana said, pushing Vansha and me aside, leading 9 frogs over to Mr. Crepsley. I feel guilty for lumbering you with that scar, Larton. I shouldn't have cut so deeply. It is forgotten, lady. He smiled gently. The scar is part of me now. I am proud of it. He glared at Vansha. Even if others can only mock. Still, she said, it irks me. I've presented you with gifts over the years, such as the collapsible pots and pans, but they haven't satisfied me. There is no need, Mr. Crepsley began. Shut up and let me finish, she growled. I think, at last, I have a gift which will restore amends. It's not something you can take, just a little token. Mr. Crepsley looked down at the frogs. I hope you do not mean to give the frogs to me. Not exactly, she croaked. She croaked an order to the frogs, and they rearranged themselves. I know Aris Sales was killed in the fighting with the Vampinese 6 years ago, she said. Mr. Crepsley's face dropped at the mention of Aris' name. He'd been very close to her, and had taken her death hard. She died valiantly, he said. I don't suppose you kept anything of hers, did you? Such as a lock of hair, a knife which was dear to her, a scrap of her clothes. Vampires do not indulge in such foolishness, he said gruffly. They should, Ivana sighed. The frogs stopped moving. She looked down at them, nodded, and stepped aside. What are... Mr. Krebsley began, then felt silent as his eyes took in the frogs and the huge face spread across their backs. It was the face of Aris Sales, a section on each frog's back. The face was perfect in every detail and boasted more color than the faces of the other frogs. Ivana had worked in yellows, blues, and reds, bringing life to its eyes, cheeks, lips, and hair. Vampires can't be photographed. Their atoms bounce around in a bizarre way, impossible to capture on film. But this was as close to a photo of Aris Sales as was imaginable. Mr. Krebsley hadn't moved. His mouth was a tight line across the lower half of his face, but his eyes were filled with warmth, sadness, and love. Thank you, Ivana, he whispered. No need, she smiled softly, then looked around at the rest of us. I think we should leave him alone a while. Come into the cave. Wordlessly, we followed her in. Even the normally raucous Venture March was quiet, pausing only to clasp Mr. Krebsley's left shoulder and squeeze comfortingly. The frogs hopped along after us, except the 9 with Aris features plastered across their backs. They stayed, held their shape, and kept Mr. Krebsley company as he gazed sorrowfully at the face of his one-time mate and dwelt at length upon the painful past. Chapter 13. Ivana had prepared a feast for us, but it was all vegetables and fruit. She was a vegetarian and wouldn't allow anyone to eat meat in her cave. Venture teased her about it. Still on the cow food, lady? But ate his share, along with Harkett and me, though he only chose food which hadn't been cooked. How can you eat that? I asked, revolted, as he tucked into a raw turnip. All in the conditioning, he winked, biting deeply into it. Yum, a worm. Mr. Krebsley joined us as we were finishing. He was in a somber mood for the rest of the night, saying little, staring off into space. The cave was far more luxurious than the caverns of Vampire Mountain. Ivana had made a real home of it, with soft feather beds, wonderful paintings on the walls, and huge candlelit lamps which cast a rosy glow over everything. There were couches to lie on, fans to cool us, exotic fruit and wine. After so many years of rough living, it seemed like a palace. As we relaxed and digested the meal, Venture cleared his throat and broached our reason for being here. Ivana, we've come to discuss... She silenced him with a quick wave of his hand. We'll have none of that tonight, she insisted. Official business can wait until tomorrow. This is a time for friendship and rest. Very well, lady. This is your domain, and I bow to your wishes. Lying back, Venture burped loudly, then looked for somewhere to spit. Ivana tossed a small silver pot at him. Ah, he beamed. A spittoon! He leant over and spat forcefully into it. There was a slight ping, and Venture grunted happily. I was cleaning up for days the last time he visited, Ivana remarked to Harkett and me. Pools of spit everywhere. Hopefully the spittoon will keep him in order. Now, if only there was something for him to flick his nose pickings into. Are you complaining about me? Venture asked. Of course not, sire, she replied sarcastically. What woman could object to a man invading her home and covering the floor with mucus? I don't think of you as a woman, Ivana, he laughed. Oh? There was ice in her tone. What do you think me of as? A witch, he said innocently, then leapt from the couch and raced out of the cave before she cast a spell on him. Later, when Ivana had regained her sense of humor, Vansha snuck back into his couch, fluffed up a cushion, stretched out, and chewed at a wart on his left palm. I thought you only slept on the floor, I remarked. Ordinarily, he agreed, but it'd be impolite to refuse another's hospitality, especially when your host is the Lady of the Wilds. I sat up curiously. Why do you call her a lady? Is she a princess? Venture's laughter echoed through the cave. Do you hear that, lady? The boy thinks you're a princess. What's so strange about that? She asked, stroking her mustache. Don't all princesses look like this? Beneath paradise, perhaps, Venture chuckled. Vampires believe that the souls of good vampires go beyond the stars to paradise when they die. There isn't such a thing as hell in vampire mythology. Most believe the souls of bad vampires stay trapped on Earth, but occasionally one would refer to a beneath paradise. No, Venture said seriously. Ivana is far more important and regal than any mere princess. Why, Vansha, she cooed. That was almost flattering. I can flatter when I want, he said, then broke wind loudly. And flutter, too. Disgusting, Ivana sneered, but she had a hard time hiding a smile. Darren was asking about you on the way here, Venture said to Ivana. We told him nothing of your past. Would you care to fill him in? Ivana shook her head. You tell it, Vansha. I'm not in the mood for storytelling, but keep it short, she added, as he opened his mouth to begin. I will, he promised. And don't be rude. Lady Ivana, he gasped. Am I ever? Grinning, he ran a hand through his green hair, thought a while, then began in a soft voice which I hadn't heard him use before. Heed, children, he said, then cocked an eyebrow, and in his own voice. That's the way to begin a story. Humans start with once upon a time, but what do humans know about? Vansha, Ivana interrupted. I said keep it short. Vansha grimaced, then started over, again in a soft voice. Heed, children. We creatures of the night were not made to beget heirs. Our women can't give birth, and our men can't sire children. This is the way it's been since the first vampire walked by the light of the moon, and the way we thought it would always be. But 1700 years ago, there lived a vampire by the name of Korza John. He was ordinary in all respects, making his way in the world, until he fell in love and mated with a vampiress called Sarfa Graal. They were happy, hunting and fighting side by side, and when the first term of their mating agreement elapsed, they agreed to mate again. That's how vampire marriages work. Vampires don't agree to stay with one another for life, only for 10 or 15 or 20 years. Once that time's up, they can agree to another decade or two together, or go their separate ways. Midway through their second term, Vansha continued, Korza grew restless. He wished to have a baby with Sarfa and raise a child of his own. He refused to accept their natural limitations and went looking for the cure to vampire sterility. For decades, he searched in vain, the loyal Sarfa by his side. 100 years came and went. 200. Sarfa died during the quest, but this didn't put Korza off. If anything, it made him search even harder for a solution. Finally, 1400 years ago, his search led him to that meddler with the watch, Desmond Tiny. Now, Venture said gruffly, it's not known exactly how much power Mr. Tiny wields over vampires. Some say he created us, others that he once was one of us, others still that he's simply an interested observer. Corsa Jarn knew no more about Tiny's true self than the rest, but he believed the magician could help, and followed him around the world, begging him to put an end to the barren curse of the vampire clan. For 2 centuries, Mr. Tiny laughed as Corsa Jarn and Mr. Tiny laughed at Corsa Jarn and waved his pleas away. He told the vampire, now old and feeble, close to death, to stop worrying. He said children weren't meant for vampires. Corsa wouldn't accept this. He pestered Tiny and begged him to give the vampires hope. He offered his soul in exchange for a solution. But Mr. Tiny sneered and said that if he wanted Corsa's soul, he would simply take it. I haven't heard that part of the story before, Ivana cut in. Venture shrugged. Legends are flexible. I think it's good to remind people of Tiny's cruel nature, so I do, every chance I get. Eventually, he returned to the story. For reasons of his own, Tiny relented. He said he'd create a woman capable of bearing a vampire's child, but added a catch. The woman and her children would either make the clan more powerful than ever, or destroy us completely. Corso was troubled by Tiny's words, but he'd sought too long and hard to be dissuaded by the threat. He agreed to Tiny's terms and let him take some of his blood. Tiny mixed Corsa's blood with that of a pregnant wolf and worked strange charms on her. The wolf gave birth to 4 cubs. 2 were stillborn and normal in shape, but the others were alive and human in appearance. One was a boy, the other a girl. Vanja paused and looked at Ivana. Hockett and me looked too, our eyes wide. The witch grimaced, then stood and took a bow. Yes, she said. I was the hairy little she-cub. The children grew quickly, Vanja went on. Within a year, they were adults and left their mother in Corsa to seek out their destiny in the wilds. The boy went first, without saying anything, and nobody knows what became of him. Before the girl left, she gave Corsa a message to take to the clan. He was to tell them what had happened and say that she took her duties very seriously. He was also to tell them that she was not ready for motherhood and that no vampire should seek her out as a mate. She said there was much she had to consider and that it would be centuries, perhaps longer, before she made her choice. That was the last any vampire saw of her for 400 years. He stopped, looked thoughtful for a moment, then picked up a banana and began to eat it, skin and all. The end, he mumbled. The end? I shouted. It can't end there. What happened next? What did she do for those 4 centuries? Did she choose a mate when you came back? She chose no mate, Vance said. Still hasn't. As for what she got up to, he smiled. Maybe you should ask her yourselves. Hockett and me turned to Ivana. Well? We asked together. Ivana pursed her lips. I chose a name, she said. I laughed. You can't have spent 400 years picking a name. That wasn't all I got up to, she agreed. But I devoted much of that time to the choice. Names are vital to beings of destiny. I have a role to play in the future, not just of the vampire clan, but of every creature in the world. The name I chose would have a bearing on that role. I settled in the end for Ivana. She paused. I think it was a good choice. Rising, Ivana croaked something at her frogs, who set off for the mouth of the cave. I must go, she said. We have spoken enough of the past. I will be absent most of the day. When I return, we shall discuss your quest and the part I am to take in it. She departed after the frogs, and moments later had disappeared into the ripening rays of the dawn. Harkett and me stared after her. Then Harkett asked Vansha if the legend he told me were true. As true as any legend can be, Vansha replied cheerfully. What does that mean? Harkett asked. Legends change in the telling, Vansha said. 1700 years is a long time, even by vampire standards. Did Kosa John really drag around the world after Desmond Tiny? Did that agent of chaos agree to help? Could Ivana and the boy have been born of a she-wolf? He scratched an armpit, sniffed his fingers, and sighed. Only 3 people in the world know the truth. Desmond Tiny, the boy, if he still lives, and Lady Ivana. Have you ever asked Ivana if it's true? Harkett inquired. Vansha shook his head. I've always preferred a stern good legend to boring old facts. With that, the prince rolled over and dropped off to sleep, leaving Harkett and me to discuss the story quietly and wonder. Chapter 14. I arose with Vansha a couple of hours after midday and commenced my training in the shade near the cave entrance. Harkett watched us with interest, as did Mr. Crepsley when he woke early that afternoon. Vansha started me off with a stick, saying it would be months before he tried me with a real weapon. I spent the afternoon watching him flick and stab the stick at me. I didn't have to do anything else, just observe the movements of the stick and learn to identify and anticipate the various ways an attacker had of using it. We practiced until Ivana returned, half an hour shy of sunset. She said nothing of where she'd been or what she'd been up to, and nobody inquired. Having fun? She asked, entering the cave with our entourage of frogs. Heaps, Vansha replied, throwing the stick away. The boy wants to learn to fight with his hands. A sword's too heavy for him? Vansha pulled a face. Very funny. Ivana's laughter brightened the cave. I'm sorry, but fighting with hands or swords seems so childish. People should battle with their brains. I frowned. How? Ivana glanced at me, and all of a sudden the strength went from my legs and I fell to the floor. Whoa, what's happening? I squealed, flopping about like a dying fish. What's wrong with me? Nothing, Ivana said, and tried to relieve my legs. And to my relief, my legs returned to normal. That's how you fight with your brain, she said as I gathered myself together. Every part of the body connects to the brain. Nothing functions without it. Attack with your brain, and victory is all but assured. Could I learn to do that? I asked eagerly. Yes, Ivana said, but it would take a few hundred years, and you would have to leave the vampires and become my assistant. She smiled. What do you think, Darren? Would it be worth it? I'm not sure, I muttered. I liked the idea of learning magic, but living with Ivana wasn't appealing. With her quick temper, I doubted she'd make an understanding or forgiving teacher. Let me know if you change your mind, she said. It's been a long time since I had an assistant, and none ever completed their studies. They all ran off after a few years, though I can't imagine why. Ivana brushed past us into the cave. Moments later, she called us, and when we entered, we found another feast waiting. Did you use magic to get it ready so quickly? I asked, sitting down to eat. No, she replied. I simply moved a little faster than normal. I can work at quite a speed when I wish. We ate a big dinner, then sat around a fire and discussed Mr. Tiny's visit to Vampire Mountain. Ivana seemed to know about it already, but let us tell the story and said nothing until we had finished. The 3 hunters, she mused once we'd brought her up to date. I've been waiting for you for many years. I have been waiting for you for many centuries. You have? Mr. Krebsley asked, startled. I lack Desmond's clear sight into the future, she said. But I see some of what is to come, or what might come. I knew 3 hunters would emerge to face the Vampanese Lord, but I didn't know who they'd be. Do you know if we'll be successful? Vansha asked, observing her keenly. I doubt if even Desmond knows that, she said. 2 strong futures lie ahead, each as possible as the other. It's rare for fate to boil down to 2 such evenly matched eventualities. Normally the paths of the future are many. When 2 exist like this, chance decides which the world will take. What about the Lord of the Vampanese? Mr. Krebsley asked. Have you any idea where he is? Yes, Ivana smiled. Mr. Krebsley's breath caught in his throat. But you won't tell us, will you? Vansha snorted in disgust. No, she said, her smile spreading. Her teeth were long, jagged, and yellow like a wolf's. Will you tell us how we are to find him? Mr. Krebsley asked. And when? I cannot, Ivana said. If I told, it would change the course of the future, and that's not allowed. You must search for him yourselves. I will accompany you on the next leg of your journey, but I cannot. You're coming with us! Vansha exploded in astonishment. Yes, but only as a traveling companion. I'll play no part in the quest to find the Vampanese Lord. Vansha and Mr. Krebsley exchanged uneasy looks. You have never traveled with vampires before, lady, Mr. Krebsley said. Ivana laughed. I know how important I am to your people, and for that reason I've avoided too much contact with the children of the night. I tire of vampires pleading with me to mate with them and have their babies. Then why come with us now? Vansha asked bluntly. There is someone I wish to meet, she answered. I could seek him alone, but I prefer not to. My reasons will become clear in time. Witches are so bloody secretive, Vansha grumbled, but Ivana didn't rise to the bait. If you prefer to travel without me, you may, she said. I will not impose my presence upon you. We would be honored to have you as an escort, Lady Ivana, Mr. Krebsley assured her. And please, do not take offense if we appear suspicious or unwelcoming. These are troublesome, confusing times, and we bark where sometimes we should whisper. Well put, Larson, she smiled. If that's settled, I'll pack my things and we'll take to the road. So soon? Mr. Krebsley blinked. Now is as good a time as ever. I hope the frogs aren't coming, Vansha huffed. I wasn't going to bring them, Ivana said. But now that you mention it... She laughed at his expression. Don't worry, my frogs will stay and keep things tidy for me when I return. She started to leave, paused, turned slowly, and squatted. One more thing, she said, and by her serious expression we knew something bad was coming. Desmond should have told you this, but he obviously chose not to. Playing mind games, no doubt. What is it, lady? Vansha asked when she paused. It concerns the hunt for the Vampanese Lord. I don't know whether you'll succeed or fail, but I have seen into the future of each possible outcome and gleaned some facts of what lies in store. I will not speak of the future where you succeed. It is not for me to comment on that. But if you fail... Again, she stalled. Reaching out, she took both of Vancha's hands in her left. It seemed to have grown incredibly large, and Mr. Crepsley's in her right. While she held hands with them, she locked gazes with me and spoke. I tell you this because I think you should know. I don't say it to frighten you, but to prepare you should matters come to the worst. 4 times your paths are fated to cross with that of the Vampanese Lord. If they do cross, on each occasion you will have it within your power to make an end of him. If you fail, the Vampanese are destined to win the War of the Scars. This you already know. But what Desmond didn't tell you is, by the end of the hunt, if you faced the Vampanese Lord 4 times and you failed to kill him, only one of you will be alive to witness the fall of the vampire clan. Lowering her gaze and removing her hands from Mr. Crepsley's and Vancha's, she said in something less than a whisper, the other 2 will be dead. Chapter 15. We solemnly filed out of Ivana's cave and circled the pond, each of us brooding about the witch's prophecy. We'd known from the start that this would be a peril-filled quest, with death never far from our heels. But it's one thing to anticipate your possible end, quite another to be told that it's a certainty if you fail. We followed no particular direction that first night, only walked aimlessly through the darkness, saying nothing, barely taking note of our surroundings. Harkett hadn't been included in Ivana's prophecy. He wasn't one of the hunters, but he was as disturbed as the rest of us. Towards dawn, as we were making camp, Vancha suddenly burst out laughing. Look at us, he hooted as we stared at him uncertainly. We've been moping all night like 4 sad souls at a funeral. What idiots we've been. You think it's amusing to have a death sentence imposed on us, sire? Mr. Crepsley asked archly. John's guts, Vancha cursed. The sentence has been there since the start. All that's changed is that we know about it. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, Harkett muttered. That's a human way of thinking, Vancha chided him. I'd rather know what lies ahead, good or bad. Ivana has done us a favor by telling us. How do you figure that? I asked. She confirmed that we'll have 4 chances to kill the Vampanese Lord. Think about it. 4 times his life will be ours to take. 4 times we'll face him and do battle. He might get the better of us once, perhaps twice. But do you really think he'll evade us 4 times in a row? He will not be alone, Mr. Crepsley said. He travels with guards, and all Vampanese in the area will rush to his aid. What makes you think that? Vancha challenged him. He is their lord. They will sacrifice their lives to protect him. Will our fellow vampires back us up if we run into trouble? Vancha responded. No, but that is because... Mr. Crepsley stopped. Mr. Tiny's told them not to, Vancha grinned. And if he's picked just 3 vampires to go head-to-head with the Vampanese Lord, maybe he has only picked 3 Vampanese to help their lord. Mr. Crepsley finished, excited. Right, Vancha beamed. So the odds against us besting him are, in my views, better than even. Do you agree? All 3 of us nodded thoughtfully. Now, he continued, let's say we're making a pig's ear of it. We face him 4 times, we blow it, and our chance to defeat him passes. What happens then? He leads the Vampanese into war against the vampires and wins, I said. Exactly. Vancha's smile faded. By the way, I don't believe that. I don't care how powerful their lord is, or what Des Tiny says. In a war with the Vampanese, I'm certain we'll win. But if we don't, I'd rather die beforehand, fighting for our future, than let there than be there to watch the walls of our world come crashing down. Brave words, I grunted sourly. The truth, Fancha insisted. Would you prefer to die at the hands of the Vampinese Lord when hope is still on our side, or survive and bear witness to the downfall of the clan? I didn't reply, so Vancha went on. If the predictions are true, and we fail, I don't want to be around for the end. It would be a terrible tragedy, and would madden anyone who saw it. Believe me, Vancha said, the two who die in that eventuality will be fortunate. We shouldn't worry about dying. It's living we have to fear if we fail. I didn't get much sleep that day, thinking about what Vancha had said. I doubt if any of us slept much, except Ivana, who snored even louder than the prince. Vancha was right. If we failed, the one who survived would have the worst time of all. He'd have to watch the vampires perish and bear the burden of the blame. If we were to fail, death along the way was the best any of us could hope for. Our spirits had lifted when we rose that evening. We were no longer afraid of what lay ahead, and instead of talking negatively, we discussed our route. Mr. Tiny said to follow our hearts, Mr. Krebsley reminded us. He said fate would lead us if we placed ourselves in its hands. You don't think we should try tracking down the Vampinese Lord? Vancha asked. Our people have spent 6 years seeking him, without success, Mr. Krebsley said. Of course, we must keep our eyes peeled, but otherwise, I believe we should go about our business as if he did not exist. I don't like it, Vancha grumbled. Fate's a cruel mistress. What if destiny doesn't lead us to him? Do you want to report back in a year and say, sorry, we didn't run into the blighter, bad luck what? Mr. Tiny said to follow our hearts, Mr. Krebsley repeated stubbornly. Vancha threw his hands into the air. Okay, we'll do it your way, but you two will have to pick the course. As many women have attested, I'm a boundless cad who doesn't have a heart. Mr. Krebsley smiled thinly. Darren, where do you want to go? I started to say I didn't care, then stopped as an image flashed through my thoughts. The picture of a snake boy sticking an extra long tongue up his nose. I'd like to see how Everest's doing, I said. Mr. Krebsley nodded approvingly. Good. Just last night, I was wondering what my old friend Hibernius Toll was up to. Harkett? Sounds good to me, Harkett agreed. So be it. Facing Vancha, Mr. Krebsley said in as imperious tone as he could muster. Sire, we head for the Cirque du Freak. And so, our direction was decided, and the dice of destiny were cast. Chapter 16. Mr. Krebsley was able to tap into Mr. Toll's thoughts and pinpoint the position of the Cirque du Freak. The traveling circus was relatively near, and it would take us only 3 weeks to link up with it if we forced the pace. After a week, we hit civilization again. As we passed a small town one night, I asked Mr. Krebsley why we didn't hop on a bus or a train, which could get us to the Cirque du Freak much quicker. Vancha does not approve of human modes of transport, he said. He has never been in a car or a train. Never? I asked the barefooted prince. I wouldn't even spit on a car, he said. Awful things. The shape, the noise, the smell. Ugh. He shivered. What about planes? If the gods of the vampires meant for us to fly, he said, they'd have given us wings. What about you, Ivana? Harkin asked. Have you ever flown? Only on a broomstick, she said. I didn't know if she was joking or not. And you, Larton? Harkett asked. Once, long ago, when the Wright brothers were just getting going. He paused. It crashed. Luckily, it had not been flying very high, so I was not seriously injured. But these new contraptions, which soar above the clouds, eh, I think not. Afraid? I smirked. Once bitten, twice shy, he replied. We were a strange group, no doubt about it. We had almost nothing in common with humans. They were creatures of the technological age, but we belonged to the past. Vampires knew nothing of computers, satellite dishes, microwave ovens, or any other modern conveniences. We traveled by foot most of the time, had simple tastes and pleasures, and hunted as animals. Where humans sent aeroplanes to wage their wars and fought by pressing buttons, we battled with swords in our hands. Vampires and humans might share the same planet, but we lived in different worlds. I woke one afternoon to the sound of Harkett's moans. He was having another nightmare and was tossing feverishly about on the grassy bank where he'd fallen asleep. I leant over to wake him. Hold, Ivana said. The witch was in the lower branches of a tree, observing Harkett with unseemly interest. A squirrel was exploring her head of long hair, and another was chewing on the ropes she used as clothes. He's having a nightmare, I said. He has them often? Almost every time he sleeps. I'm supposed to wake him if I hear him having one. I bent to shake him awake. Hold, Ivana said again, jumping down. She shuffled over and touched the 3 middle fingers of her right hand to Harkett's forehead. She closed her eyes and crouched there a minute, then opened them and let go. Dragons, she said. Bad dreams. His time of insight is upon him. Did Desmond say nothing about revealing who Harkett was in his previous life? Yes, but Harkett chose to come with us, to search for the Vampanese Lord. Noble, but foolish, she mused. If you told him who he was, would that ease his nightmares? No. He must learn the truth himself. I'd make things worse if I meddled. But there is a way to temporarily ease his pain. How? I asked. One who speaks the language of the dragons could help. When will we find someone like that? I snorted, then paused. Can you? I left the question hanging. Not I, she said. I can talk to many animals, but not dragons. Only those who have bonded with the flying reptiles can speak their language. She stood. You could help. Me? I frowned. I haven't bonded with a dragon. I've never even seen one. I thought they were imaginary. In this time and place, they are, Ivana agreed. But there are other times and places, and bonds can be formed unknown. That didn't make sense, but if I could somehow help Harkett, I would. Tell me what I have to do, I said. Ivana smiled approvingly, then told me to lay my hands on Harkett's head and close my eyes. Focus, she said. We need to find an image for you to fix upon. How about the stone of blood? Can you picture it? Red and throbbing, the blood of the vampires flowing through its mysterious veins. Yes, I said, bringing the stone effortlessly to mind. Keep thinking of it. In a few minutes, you'll experience unpleasant sensations and maybe catch glimpses of Harkett's nightmares. Ignore them and stay focused on the stone. I will do the rest. I did as she said. At first it was easy, but then I began to feel strange. The air around me seemed to get hotter, and it became harder to breathe. I heard the beating of immense wings, then caught a glimpse of something dropping from a blood-red sky. I cringed, almost let go of Harkett, but remembered Ivana's advice and forced myself to focus on the image of the stone of blood. I sensed something huge land behind me and felt hot eyes boring into my back. But I didn't turn or shrink away. I reminded myself that this was a dream, an illusion, and thought about the stone. Hark had appeared before me in the vision, stretched upon a bed of stakes which impaled him all over. He was alive, but in incredible pain. He couldn't see me. The tips of 2 stakes poked out of the sockets where his eyes should have been. His pain will be nothing to what you will feel, someone said. And looking up, I saw a figure of shadows, elusive and dark, hovering close by. Who are you? I gasped, momentarily forgetting about the stone. I am the Lord of the Crimson Night, he replied mockingly. The Lord of the Vampanese? I asked. Of them and all others, the Shadow Man jeered. I have been waiting for you, Prince of the Damned. Now I have you, and I won't let go. The Shadow Man darted forward, his fingers 10 long claws of dark menace. Red eyes glowed in the black pit that was his face. For a terrifying moment, I thought he was going to grab and devour me. Then a tiny voice, Ivana's, whispered, It's just a dream. He can't hurt you. Not yet. Not if you focus on the stone. Shutting my eyes within the dream, I ignored the charge of the Shadow Man and concentrated on the pulsing stone of blood. There was a hissing scream, and I felt as though a wave of frothing madness had broken over me. Then the nightmare faded, and I was back in the real world. You can open your eyes now, Ivana said. My eyes snapped open. I let go of Harkett and wiped my hands over my face, reacting as though I'd been touched by something dirty. You did well, Ivana congratulated me. That thing, I gasped. What was it? The Lord of Destruction, she said. The Master of Shadows. The would-be ruler of the eternal night. He was so powerful, so evil, she nodded. He will be. Will be? I echoed. What she saw was a shade of the future. The Lord of the Shadows has not yet come into his own, but he will eventually. This cannot be avoided, and you should not worry about it. All that matters for the time being is that your friend will sleep untroubled now. I glanced down at Harkett, who was resting peacefully. He's okay? He will be, for a time, Ivana said. The nightmares will return, and when they do, he'll have to face his past and learn who he was, or succumb to madness. But for now, he can sleep unsoundly, unafraid. She headed back to her tree. Ivana, I stopped her with a soft call. This Lord of the Shadows. There was something familiar about him. I couldn't make out his face, but I felt I knew him. So you should, she whispered in reply. She hesitated, pondering how much to tell me. What I say now is between you and me, she warned. It must go no further. You can tell no one, not even Larton or Vancha. I won't, I promised. Keeping her back to me, she said, The future is dark, Darren. There are 2 paths, and both are winding and troubled, paved with the souls of the dead. In one of the possible futures, the Vampanese Lord has become the Master of Shadows and ruler of the dark. In the other, she paused, and her head tilted backwards as though she was staring up at the sky for an answer. In the other, the Lord of the Shadows is you. and she departed, leaving me confused and shaken, dearly wishing that Harcourt's moans hadn't woken me up. A couple of nights later, we hooked up with the Cirque du Freak. Mr. Toll and his band of magical performers were playing outside a small village in an abandoned church. The show was drawing to a close when we arrived, so we slipped inside and watched the finale from the back. Sive and Circe, the twisting twins, were on stage, twirling around each other and performing incredible acrobatic stunts. Mr. Toll came on after them, dressed in a dark suit with his customary red hat and gloves, and said the show was over. People began to leave, many muttering about the weak finish, when two snakes slid down from the rafters, sending waves of fear rippling through the crowd. I grinned when I saw the snakes. This was how most of the shows drew to a close. People were tricked into thinking the show was over, then the snakes appeared and gave the crowd one last scare. Before the serpents could do any damage, Evra Von, their master, would step in and calm them down. Sure enough, as the snakes were about to slither onto the floor, Evra stepped forward. But he wasn't alone. There was a small child with him, one who went to one of the snakes and controlled it as Evra controlled the other. The kid was a new addition. I assume Mr. Toll had picked him up in his travels. After Evra and the boy had wrapped the snakes around themselves, Mr. Toll came on again, and the show was over for real. We kept to the shadows while the crowd streamed past, chattering with excitement. Then, as Evra and the child unwound and brushed themselves down, I moved. "Evra Von!" I roared. Evra whirled round, startled. "Who's there?" I didn't answer, but walked forward briskly. His eyes widened with astonished delight. "Darren!" he yelled, and threw his arms around me. I hugged him tightly, ignoring the feel of his slippery scales, delighted to see him after so many years. "Where have you been?" he cried when we let go of one another. There were tears of happiness in his eyes. Mine were wet too. Vampire Mountain?" I said lightly. "How about you?" "All over the world." He studied me curiously. "You've grown." "Only recently, and not as much as you." Evra was a man now. He was only a few years older than me, and we looked much the same age when I first joined the Cirque du Freak, but now he could have passed for my father. "Good evening, Evra Von," Mr. Krebsley said, stepping forward to shake hands. "Larsen," Evra nodded. "It's been a long time. I'm glad to see you." Mr. Krebsley stood to one side and introduced our companions. "I would like you to meet Vancha March, Lady Ivana, and Harkett Moulds, whom I believe you already know." "Hello," Vancha grunted. "Greetings," Ivana smiled. "Hi, Evra," Harkett said. Evra blinked. "It spoke!" he gasped. "Harkett speaks a lot these nights," I grinned. "It has a name." "It has," Harkett said, "and it would like very much to be called he." Evra didn't know what to say. When I'd lived with him, we spent a lot of our time gathering food for the little people, and never once had one of them said a word. We thought they couldn't speak. Now, here I was with a little person, the limping one whom we'd nicknamed Lefty, acting as if he'd been able to walk and talk like it was no big deal. "Welcome back to the Cirque du Freak, Darren," somebody said, and looking up, I found myself face belly button with Mr. Toll. I'd forgotten how quickly and silently the owner of the Cirque du Freak could move. "Mr. Toll," I replied, nodding politely. He didn't like to shake hands. He greeted the others by name, including Harkett. When Harkett returned the greeting, Mr. Toll didn't look the least bit surprised. "Would you care to eat?" he asked us. "That would be delightful," Ivana answered. "And I would have a word or two with you afterwards, Hibernius. There are things we must discuss." "Yes," he agreed without batting an eyelid. "There are." As we filed out of the church, I fell in step with Everett to discuss old times. He was carrying a snake over his shoulders. The boy who'd performed with Everett caught up with us as we exited, dragging the other snake behind him like a toy. Darren, Everett said, I'd like you to meet Shankus. Hello, Shankus, I said, shaking the boy's hand. Hello, he replied. He had the same yellow-green hair, narrow eyes, and multicolored scales as ever. Are you the Darren Shan I was named after? He asked. I glanced sideways at Evra. Am I? Yes, he laughed. Shankus was my firstborn. I thought it would be... Firstborn? I interrupted. He's yours. You're his father? I certainly hope so, Evra grinned. But he's so big, so old. Shankus preened loudly at the remark. He'll be 5 soon, Evra said. He's large for his age. I started him out in the act a couple of months ago. He's a natural. This was bizarre. Of course, Evra was old enough to be married with kids, and there was no reason for me to be surprised by the news, but it seemed like only a few months since we'd been hanging out together as teenagers, wondering what our lives would be like when we grew up. You've got other children? I asked. A couple, he said. Urcha, 3, and Lilia, who'll be 2 next month. Are they all snake children? Urcha isn't. He's upset. He wants scales too, but we try to make him feel as loved and extraordinary as the others. We being me and Merla. You don't know her. She joined the show shortly after you left. Ours was a whirlwind romance. She can detach her ears and use them as mini boomerangs. You'll like her. Laughing, I said I was sure I would, then followed Evra and Shankus after the others to dinner. It was wonderful to be back with the Cirque du Freak. I've been edgy and moody for the last week and a half, thinking about what Ivana had said, but my fears faded within an hour of returning to the circus fold. I met many old friends, Hans Hands, Ramos Two Bellies, Simon Searsa, Cormac Limbs, and Goethe Teeth. I also saw the Wolfman, but he wasn't quite as welcome of sight as the others, and I kept clear of him as much as possible. Truska, who could grow a beard at will, then stuck the hairs back inside her face, was there too, and delighted to see me. She greeted me in broken English. She hadn't been able to speak the language 6 years ago, but Evra had been teaching her, and she was making good progress. It is hard, she said, as we mingled with the others in a large run-down school, which was serving as the CX space. I'm not good at language, but Evra is patient, and I slowly learning. I make mistakes still, but... We all make mistakes, gorgeous, Vancha interrupted, popping up beside us. And yours was not making an honest vampire of me when you had the chance. He wrapped his arms around Truska and kissed her. She laughed when she let go and waved a finger at him. Naughty, she giggled. You two know each other, I take it, I commented dryly. Oh, yes, Vancha leered. We're old friends. Many's the night we went skinny dipping together in the ocean's deep and blue. Eh, Truska? Vancha, she tutted. You promised not of that to mention. So I did, he chuckled, then began talking with her in her native tongue. They sounded like a pair of seals barking at each other. Evra introduced me to Merla, who was very pleasant and pretty. He made her show me her detachable ears. I agreed they were fabulous, but I declined her offer to let me have a go at throwing them. Mr. Crepsley was as pleased to be back as I was. As a dutiful vampire, he devoted most of his life to the generals and their cause, but I suspect his heart lay secretly with the Cirque du Freak. He loved to perform, and I think he missed being on stage. Many people asked him if he was back to stay, and expressed disappointment when he said he wasn't. He made light of it, but I think he was genuinely touched by their interest and would have stayed if he could. There were little people with the Cirque du Freak, as usual, but Harkett kept away from them. I tried getting him involved in the conversation with the others, but people felt nervous around him. They weren't accustomed to a little person who could talk. He spent most of the night alone, or in a corner with Shankers, who was fascinated by him and kept asking impolite questions, most to do with whether he was a man or a woman. In fact, like all the little people, he was neither. Ivana was known by many people of the Cirque du Freak, although very few of them had met her before. Their parents, grandparents, or great grandparents had told them about her. She spent a few hours mingling and catching up on the past. She had an impressive memory for names and faces, then said her farewells for the night and departed with Mr. Tall to discuss matters strange, portentous, and arcane, or else to chat about frogs and magic tricks. We retired with the coming of the dawn. We bid good night to those still awake, then ever guided us to our tents. Mr. Tall had kept Mr. Crepsley's coffin ready for him, and the vampire climbed into it with a look of sheer contentment. Vampires love their coffins in a way no human can ever understand. Harkett and me strung out a couple of hammocks and slept in a tent next to Ever and Merlis. Ivana moved into a van adjoining Mr. Tall's, and Vancha, well, when we met him that evening, he'd swore blind he'd stayed with Truska and bragged about what a hit he was with the ladies. But by all the leaves and grass stuck to his hair and animal hides, I think it more likely he passed the day by himself under a bush. Chapter 17. Hargett and me got up an hour or so before sunset and walked around camp with Ever and Shankus. I was chuffed that Ever had named his firstborn after me and promised to send the boy birthday presents in the future if I could. He wanted me to give him a spider. Ever had told him all about Madame Octa, but I had no intention of sending him one of the poisonous racrits from Vampire Mountain. I knew from painful experience the trouble a tarantula could cause. The Cirque du Freak was much the same as ever. A few new acts had joined, and one or two had parted company with the show, but mostly it was as it had always been. Though the circus hadn't changed, I had. I sensed that after a while, as we strolled from one caravan or tent to another, pausing to chat with the performers and stagehands. When I lived at the Cirque, I was young, in appearance at least, and people treated me as a child. They didn't anymore. While I didn't look that much older, there must have been something different about me because they no longer spoke down to me. Although I'd been acting as an adult for years, this was the first time I really thought about how much I'd changed and how much I could never return to the lighter days of my youth. Mr. Crapsley had been telling me for ages, usually when I complained about how slowly I was maturing, that a night would come when I wish I could be young again. Now I realized he was right. My childhood had been a long, drawn-out affair, but within a year or two, the purge would rid me of both my human blood and youth, and after that, there could be no going back. You look pensive, Ever noted. I'm thinking about how much things have changed, I sighed. You, married and with kids, me with worries of my own. Life used to be so much simpler. It always is for the young, Ever agreed. I keep telling Shankers that, but he doesn't believe me, any more than we did when we were growing up. We're getting old, Ever. No, we aren't, he said. We're getting older. It'll be decades before I hit old age. Centuries for you. That was true, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd somehow grown ancient overnight. For more than 25 years I had lived and thought as a child. Darren Shan, the boy prince. But now I didn't feel like I was a child any longer. Mr. Crepsley tracked us down as we were devouring hot sausages around the campfire. Truska had cooked them and was handing them out. The vampire took one, thanked her, and swallowed it in 2 quick bites. Savory, he said, licking his lips, then turned to me with a gleam in his eye. Would you care to take to the stage tonight? Ibonius has said we may perform. What would we do? I asked. We don't have Metamocta any longer. I can perform magic tricks, as I did when I first joined the Cirque du Freak, and you can be my assistant. With our vampiric speed and strength, we can pull off some truly remarkable conjuring feats. I don't know, I said. It's been a long time. I might get stage fright. Nonsense. You are doing it. I will not take no for an answer. If you put that, well, if you put it that way, I grinned. You will need some grooming if we are to present ourselves to the public, Mr. Krebsley said, eyeing me critically. A haircut and a manicure are in order. I take care of that, Truska said. I also am having Darren's old pirate costume. I could fix up it for you to fit him again. You've still got that old thing? I asked, remembering how cool I'd felt when Truska kitted me out as a pirate not long after I joined the Cirque du Freak. I had to leave the fancy clothes behind when I left to travel to Vampire Mountain. I am a good holder on to things, she smiled. I fetch it and measure you. The suit might not be ready this tonight, but tomorrow I have it in shape. Come to me an hour now for measuring. Venture was jealous when he heard we were going to be performing. What about me? He grumbled. I know a bit of magic. Why can't I go on too? Mr. Krebsley stared at the green-haired prince with his bare feet, muddy legs and arms, his animal hides and shurikens. He sniffed the air. Venture had showered in rainfall about 6 nights earlier, but hadn't washed since, and crinkled his nose. You are not the essence of presentability, sire, he remarked carefully. What's wrong with me? Venture asked, looking down, seeing nothing amiss. One must be elegant when one takes to the stage, Mr. Krebsley said. You lack a certain je ne sais quoi. I don't know about that, I said. I think there's a perfect part for him in the show. There, Venture beamed. The boy has a keen eye. He could go on at the start. With the wolf man, I said, only barely managing to keep a straight face. We could pretend they were brothers. Venture glared at me as Mr. Krebsley, Harkett, and Everett Shankus fell apart with laughter. You're getting too smart by far, he snapped. Then stormed off to find someone to rant at. At the appointed time, I went to be measured and get my hair cut by Truska. Ever and Shankus also went to prepare for the show, while Harkett helped Mr. Krebsley search for props to use in his act. Is life being good to you? Truska asked, snipping my newly grown fringe. It could be worse, I said. Venture told me you now are being a prince. He wasn't supposed to tell anyone, I complained. Do not fear. I keep news myself too. Venture and me old friends. He knows I can He knows I can a secret keep. She lowered the pair of scissors and looked at me oddly. Have you seen anything of Mr. Tiny since leaving? She asked. Well, that's a strange question, I replied warily. He here was, many months ago. Came see Hibernius. Oh? That must have been before his trip to Vampire Mountain. Hibernius was troubled after visit. He told me dark times are out in front of us. He said I might be wanting to think of going home to my people. Said I might be safer there. Did he say anything about... I lowered my voice. The Lord of the Vampanese, or a Master of Shadows? She shook her head. He said only that we was all in for rough nights, and that there much fighting and dying would be before it became over. She then started clipping again, and after that she measured me for the suit. I was thinking hard about our conversation when I left Truska's van and went in search of Mr. Krebsley. It might be that, prompted by my concerns, My feet led me on purpose to Mr. Toll's van, or maybe it was accidental. Either way, I found myself hovering outside a few minutes later, pondering the situation and whether I should ask him about it. As I stood, deliberating, the door opened, and Mr. Toll and Ivana emerged. The witch was clad in a black cloak, almost invisible in the darkness of the cloudy night. I wish you would not do this, Mr. Toll said. The vampires have been good friends to us. We should help them. We cannot take sides, Hibernius, Ivana replied. It is not our place to decide the twists of fate. Still, he muttered, his long face creased. To embrace these others and parley with them, I don't like it. We must remain neutral, she insisted. We have neither allies nor foes among the creatures of the night. If you or I took sides, we could destroy everything. As far as we're concerned, both must be equal, neither good nor bad. You are correct, he sighed. I have spent too long with Larden. I am letting my friendship for him cloud my judgment. There's nothing wrong with befriending these beings, Ivana said. But we must not get personally involved, not until the future unravels and we have to. With that, she kissed Mr. Toll on the cheek. I don't know how one so short reached all the way up to one so tall, but she did, and slipped away out of camp. Mr. Toll watched her go, an unhappy look on his face, then closed the door and went about his business. I remained where I was a moment, replaying the strange conversation. I wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but I gathered that Ivana was about to do something which Mr. Toll didn't like, something that seemed to bode ill for vampires. As a prince, I should have waited for Ivana to come back and challenged her openly about the conversation. It wasn't proper for one of my standing to eavesdrop, and it would be positively rude to sneak out of camp after her. But politeness and good manners have never been high on my list of priorities. I'd rather have Ivana think less of me, even punish me for my insolence, and know what she was up to than let her slip away and face a nasty surprise further down the line. Kicking off my shoes, I hurried out of camp, spotted the top of her hooded head vanishing behind a tree in the distance. She was moving fast, and set off after her as quickly and quietly as I could. It was hard keeping up with Ivana. She was swift and sure-footed, leaving almost no trace of our passage. If the chase had endured, I'd have lost her, but she drew to a halt after 3 or 4 kilometers, stood breathing in the air a moment, then walked to a small copse of trees, whistled loudly, and entered. I waited a few minutes to see if she'd emerge. When she didn't, I followed her to the edge of the copse and stood listening. When I heard nothing, I slipped between the trees and advanced cautiously. The ground was damp and masked the sounds of my footsteps, but I took no chances. Ivana's sense of hearing was at least as sharp as a vampire's. One snapped twig would be enough to alert her to my presence. As I progressed, the sound of soft talking reached me. There were several people up ahead, but they were speaking in hushed tones, and I was too far away to hear what they were saying. With an increasing sense of unease, I crept forward, and finally, I was near enough to identify a group of shadowy figures at the heart of the copse. I didn't move any closer, for fear I'd give myself away, but squatted, watched, and listened. Their voices were muffled, and only the occasional disconnected word or half sentence came across. Their voices rose from time to time when they laughed, but even then they were careful not to laugh too loud. My eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, and I was able to make some sense of the shapes. Apart from Ivana, whose shadow was impossible to mistake, I counted 8 people sitting, squatting, or lying down. 7 were large and muscular. The 8th was slight, dressed in a hood and robes, serving drinks and food to the others. They all appeared to be men. I could be no more certain than that, given the distance and darkness. Either I'd have to get a lot closer to learn more about them, or the moon would have to shine. Glancing up at the cloudy sky, through the dense branches of of the trees. I figured there wasn't much chance of that. Rising silently, I started to back away. That was when the servant in the robes lit a candle. "Put that out, fool!" one of the others barked, and a strong hand knocked the candle to the floor, where a foot roughly quenched it. Sorry, the servant squeaked. "I thought we were safe with Lady Ivana." "We're never safe," the burly man snapped. "Remember that, and don't make such a mistake again." The men fell back into conversation with Ivana, their voices low and impenetrable, but I was no longer interested in what they had to say. During the few seconds of candlelight, I glimpsed purple skin, red eyes, and hair, and knew who and what the men were, and why Ivana had been so secretive. She'd come to meet with a group of Vampanese. Chapter 18. Retreating stealthily, I cleared the copse. Seeing no guards, I rushed back to the Cirque du Freak, pausing neither for breath nor thought. I reached the campsite 10 minutes later, having raced as fast as my powers allowed. The show had commenced, and Mr. Krebsley was standing in what used to be the church's vestry, watching Ramus Two-Bellies eat a tire. He looked very dashing in his red suit, and he rubbed blood along the scar down the left side of his face, drawing attention to it, making him look more mysterious than usual. "Where have you been?" he snapped as I entered, panting. "I have looked all over for you. I thought I would have to perform alone. Truska has your pirate costume ready. If we hurry, we can..." "Where's Vancha?" I gasped. "Off sulking somewhere," Mr. Krebsley chuckled. "He still has not..." "Larton!" I interrupted. He stopped, alerted to the danger by my rare use of his first name. "Forget the show. We have to find Vancha. Now!" He asked no questions. Telling a stagehand to inform Mr. Tall of his withdrawal from the bill, he let me out to search for Vancha. We found him with Harkett in the tent I was sharing with the little person. He was teaching Harkett how to throw shurikens. Harkett was finding it difficult. His fingers were too large to easily grasp the small stars. "Ah, look who it is," Vancha jeered as we entered. "The king of the clowns and his head assistant. How's show business, boys?" I pulled the flap of the tent closed and sunk to my haunches. Vancha saw the serious expression in my eyes and put his shurikens away. Quickly and calmly, I told him what had happened. There was a pause when I finished, broken by Vancha, who let fly with a barbed stream of curses. "We shouldn't have trusted her," he snarled. "Witches are treacherous by nature. She's probably selling us out to the Vampanese even as we speak." "I doubt that," Mr. Krebsley said. "Ivana would hardly require the aid of the Vampanese if she meant to do us harm." "What, you think she's gone over there to discuss frogs?" Vancha barked. "I do not know what they are discussing, but I do not believe she is betraying us," Mr. Krebsley said stubbornly. "Maybe we should ask Mr. Tall," Harkett suggested. "From what Darren says, he knows what Ivana is up to. Perhaps he would tell us." Vancha looked at Mr. Krebsley. "He's your friend. Should we try?" Mr. Krebsley shook his head. "If Hibernians knew we were in danger and was capable of warning or aiding us, he would have." "Very well," Vancha smiled grimly. "We'll have to take them on ourselves." He stood and checked the supply of shurikens. "We're going to fight them?" I asked, insides tightening. "We're hardly going to sit here and wait for them to attack," Vancha replied. "The elements of surprise is vital. While we have it, we must make use of it." Mr. Krebsley looked troubled. "Perhaps they do not mean to attack," he said. "We only arrived last night. They could not have known we were coming. Their being here might have nothing to do with us." "Nonsense," Vancha howled. "They're here to kill, and if we don't strike first, they'll be on us before..." "I'm not so sure," I muttered. "Now that I think about it, They went on guard, unnervous, as they would have been if they were preparing for a fight. Venture cursed some more, then sat down again. Okay, let's say they aren't after us. Perhaps it's a coincidence and they don't know we're here. He leant forward. But they will when Ivana's finished filling them in. You'll think she'll tell them about us? I asked. We'd be fools to chance it. He cleared his throat. In case you've forgotten, we're at war. I've nothing personal against our blood cousins, but for the time being, they're our enemies, and we must show them no mercy. Let's say these Rampanese and their servant have nothing to do with our being here. So what? It's our duty to engage them in battle and cut them down. That's murder, not self-defense, Hackett said softly. Aye, Fanshawe agreed. But would you rather we let them go on to murder some of our own? Our quest to find the Vampanese lord takes precedent over all else, but when the chance to cull a few stray Vampanese drops our way, we'd be fools, traitors, not to seize it. Mr. Crepsley sighed. And Ivana? What if she takes the side of the Vampanese against us? Then we fight her too, Vansha sniffed. You fancy your chances against her? Mr. Crepsley smiled thinly. No, but I know my duty. He stood, and this time there was a certainty to his stance. I'm going to kill Vampanese. If you want to come, you can. If not... He shrugged. Mr. Crepsley looked at me. What do you say, Darren? Vansha's right, I said slowly. If we let them go and they kill vampires later, we'd be to blame. Besides, there's something we're overlooking. The Lord of the Vampanese. Mr. Crepsley and Vansha stared at me. We're destined to cross paths with him. But I think we have to chase that destiny. Maybe the Vampanese know where he is or will be. I doubt it's coincidence that we're here at the same time as them. This might be fate's way of leading us to him. A solid argument, Vansha said. Perhaps. Mr. Crepsley didn't sound convinced. Remember Mr. Tiny's words, I said, to follow our hearts. My heart says we should face these Vampanese. Mine too, Hackett said after a moment's hesitation. And mine, Vansha added. I thought you had no heart, Mr. Crepsley muttered. Then stood. But my heart also demands confrontation, although my head disagrees. We will go. Vansha grinned bloodthirstily and clapped Mr. Crepsley on the back. Then, without further ado, we stole away into the night. At the copse, we made our plans. We'll close in on them from 4 different angles, Vansha said, taking charge. That way, we'll make them think there are more of us. There are 9 of them in all, Mr. Crepsley noted, including Ivana. How do we divide them up? 2 Vampanese for you, 2 for me, 2 for Harkett. Darren takes the 7th and the servant. He's probably a half Vampanese or a Vamped, so he shouldn't pose too much of a problem. And Ivana? Mr. Crepsley asked. We could all rush her at the end, Vansha suggested. No, Mr. Crepsley decided. I will handle her. You're sure? Mr. Crepsley nodded. Then all that's left is to split up and move in. Get as close as you can. I'll start by launching a couple of shurikens. I'll aim for arms and legs. Once you hear screams and curses, hit them hard. Things will go much smoother if you aim for throats and heads, I noted. I don't fight that way, Vansha growled. Only cowards kill a foe without facing him. If I have to, as when killing the vampire with the hand grenade, I will. But I prefer to fight cleanly. The 4 of us split up and circled the trees, entering the copse at different points. I felt vulnerable and small when I found myself alone in the woods, but quickly thrust such feelings aside and concentrated on my mission. May the gods of the vampires guide and protect us, I muttered under my breath before advancing, sword drawn. The Vampanese and Ivana were still in the clearing at the heart of the copse, talking softly. The moon had broken through the clouds, and although the overhanging branches kept most of the light out, the area was brighter than it had been before. The area was brighter than it had been when I was here before. Easing forward, I got as close to the Vampanese as I dared, then pulled up behind a thick trunk and waited. All was silent around me. I thought Harkett might alert them to our presence. He couldn't move as quietly as a vampire, but the little person was taking great care and made no sound. I started to count silently inside my head. I was up to 96 when there was a sharp whistling hiss to my far left, followed by a startled shriek. Less than a second later, another whistle and another scream. Gripping my sword tight, I swung around the tree and darted forward, roaring wildly. The Vampanese were quick to react, and were on their feet, weapons in hand, by the time I reached them. Fast as they were, Mr. Crepsley and Vansha were faster, and I locked swords with a tall, muscular Vampanese, from whose left shin struck a silver shuriken. I saw Mr. Crepsley cut open the stomach and chest of one of our opponents, killing him instantly, while Vansha's thumb took out the eye of another. He dropped to the ground, wailing. I had just enough time to note that the man on the ground wasn't purple-skinned like the rest, a vampit. Then I had to concentrate on the Vampanese in front of me. He was at least 2 heads taller than me, broader and stronger. But size, as I had been told in the Vampire Mountain, was everything. Wasn't everything. And while he lashed out at me with savage strokes, I jabbed and feinted, nicking him there, poking him there, drawing blood, enraging him, spoiling his aim and rhythm, causing him to swing erratically. As I parried one of his blows, someone stumbled into my back and I tumbled to the ground. Rolling over swiftly, I jumped to my feet and saw a bloody-faced Vampanese fall. Gasping for breath, Harkett Mould stood over him, a red-stained axe in his left hand, an injured right arm hanging limp by his side. The Vampanese who had been attacking me now focused on Harkett. With a bellow, he swung at the little person's head. Harkett brought up his axe just in time, knocked the sword up high of its mark, then stepped back, tempting the Vampanese forward. I looked around quickly, taking in the state of play. 3 of our foes were down, although the vampit who had lost his eye was scabbing about for a sword and looked ready to rejoin the action. Mr. Crepsley was battling a Vampanese who favored knives, and the two were swinging around and slicing at each other like a pair of whirling dancers. Vansha had his hands full with a huge axe-wielding brute. His axe was twice the size of Harkett's, yet he rolled it about between his immense fingers as if it weighed nothing. Vansha was sweating and bleeding from a cut to his waist, but he wasn't conceding any ground. Across from me, the 7th Vampanese, tall, slim, with a smooth face, long hair tied back, dressed in a light green suit, and the hooded servant were watching the fighting. Both clutched long swords and stood ready to flee if the battle seemed lost, or dive in and finish things off if they sensed victory. Such cynical tactics disgusted me, and drawing a knife, I sent it wheezing at the head of the servant, who wasn't much bigger than me. The small man in the robe saw the knife and twitched his head out of the path of his flight. By his swiftness, I knew he must be a blooded creature of the night. No human could have moved so quickly. The Vampanese next to the servant scowled as I drew another knife, paused a moment, then darted across the clearing before I could take aim. Dropping the knife, I raised my sword and turned its blow aside, but only barely managed to get it up in time to deflect his second strike. He was fast and well trained in the ways of war. I was in trouble. I backed away from the Vampanese, protecting myself as best I could. The tip of his sword became a blur as it struck, and though I defended myself ably, his blade soon bit. I felt a wound open on the top of my left arm, a deep gash to my right thigh, a jagged scratch across my chest. I backed up against a tree and caught the sleeve of my right arm on a branch. The Vampanese thrust his sword in my face. I thought the end had come, but then my arm tore free and my sword came across to block his and drive it towards the ground. I pushed down with my sword, hoping to make my foe drop his weapon, but he was too strong and brought his sword up in a smooth reverse movement. His blade slid up the length of mine, giving birth to a shower of sparks. It was moving so fast, and there was so much force behind it that instead of being routed away by the hilt of my sword, when it got there, it cut clean through the gold casing and clean through the flesh and bone of my sticking out right thumb. I screamed as my thumb shot away into the darkness. My sword dropped from my fingers, and I fell defenseless. The Vampanese glanced around casually, dismissing me as a threat. Mr. Crepsley was winning the war of the knives. His opponent's face had been slashed to ribbons. Harkett had defied the handicap of his injured arm and buried the tip of his axe deep in the Vampanese stomach. Though the Vampanese bellowed valiantly and fought on, he was surely lost. Venture was struggling with his opponent, but was holding his own, and when Mr. Crepsley or Harkett came to his aid, their combined force would be enough to make an end of the giant. The vampet who had lost an eye was on his feet, sword in hand, but was swaying unsteadily and wouldn't pose much of a problem. While all this was happening, Ivana had remained seated on the ground, a neutral look on her face, taking no part in the fighting. We were going to win, and the Vampanese in the green suit knew it. Snarling, he swung once more at my head, aiming to cut it clean off at the neck, but I rolled out of his way into a pile of leaves. Rather than duck after me to finish me off, he about-faced, ran to where the road servant was standing, grabbed a spare sword from the ground, then hurried through the trees, pushing the servant ahead of them. Getting to my feet, I moaned loudly from the pain, then gritted my teeth against it, picked up the knife I'd dropped earlier, and moved to him to help Harkett finish off his Vampanese. It wasn't noble sticking a knife into a warrior's back, but all I cared about was ending the battle, and I felt no pity for the Vampanese when he stiffened and collapsed, my blade buried deep between his shoulder blades. Mr. Crepsley had dispatched the Vampanese with the knives, and after taking care of the one-eyed vampet, a swift cut to his throat, he started forward to help Vancha. That's when Ivana stood and called to him. "Will you raise your blades to me too, Larton?" Mr. Crepsley hesitated, knives hovering in his hands, then dropped his guard and went on one knee before her. "Nay, lady," he sighed, "I will not." "Then I will not raise a hand to you," she said, and commenced walking from one dead Vampanese to another, kneeling beside them, making the death's touch, whispering, "Even in death, may you be triumphant." Mr. Crepsley got to his feet and studied Vancha as he battled the largest of the Vampanese. "A close call, sire," he noted dryly, as the giant barely missed the top of Vancha's scalp with his huge war axe. Vancha honored Mr. Crepsley with one of his foulest curses in reply. "Would you be offended if I offered my assistance, sire?" Mr. Crepsley asked politely. "Get over here, quick!" Vancha snarled. "Two are getting away. We have to—" "Jonah's guts!" he yelled, again only barely dodging the head of the axe. "Harkett, stay with me," Mr. Crepsley said, moving forward to intercept the giant. "Darren, go with Vancha after the others." "Right," I said. I didn't mention the fact that I was missing a thumb. Such considerations were nothing in the heart of life or death battle. As Mr. Crepsley and Harkett engaged the giant, Vancha swung away, paused for breath, then nodded for me to follow as he raced after the Vampanese and the servant. I kept close to him, sucking on the bloody stump of where my thumb used to be, grabbing a knife from my belt with my left hand. As we broke from the trees, we saw the pair ahead. The servant was climbing onto the Vampanese's back. It was clear that they were planning to flit. "No, you don't!" Vancha growled and sent a dark shuriken flying. It struck the servant high above the right shoulder blade. He cried out and toppled off the Vampanese's back. The Vampanese spun, stooped to pick up his fallen comrade, saw Venture closing in, and jumped to his feet, pulling a sword and moving forward. I hung back, not wanting to get in Venture's way, keeping an eye on the fallen servant, waiting to see how the fight progressed. Venture was almost within striking distance of the Vampanese when he drew up short, as though injured. I thought he must have been hit with something, a knife or an arrow, but he didn't look hurt. He just stood, arms outstretched, staring at the Vampanese. The Vampanese was motionless too, his red eyes wide, his dark purple face incredulous. Then he lowered his sword, slid it into its scabbard, turned, and picked up the servant. Venture did nothing to stop him. Behind me, I heard Mr. Crepsley and Harkett break free of the trees. They raced forward, then stopped by my side when they saw the Vampanese escaping. Venture standing by and watching. "What the—" Mr. Crepsley began, but when the Vampanese hit flitting speed and disappeared. Venture looked back at us, then sank to the ground. Mr. Crepsley cursed, not quite as foul as Venture's earlier outbursts, but close, and sheathed his knives in disgust. "You let them escape!" he shouted. Striding forward, he stood over Venture and regarded him with undisguised contempt. "Why?" he growled, hands bunched into fists. "I couldn't stop him," Venture whispered, eyes downcast. "You did not even try!" Mr. Crepsley roared. "I couldn't fight him," Venture said. "I always feared this night would come. I prayed it wouldn't, but part of me knew it would." "You are not making sense," Mr. Crepsley snapped. "Who was that Vampanese? Why did you let him escape?" "His name is Gannon Harst," Venture said in a low, broken voice. He looked up, and there were hard, glittering tears in his eyes. "He's my brother." Chapter 19. For a long time, nothing was said. Harkett, Mr. Crepsley, and me stared at Venture, whose eyes were fixed on the ground. Overhead, the moon had vanished behind a thick bank of clouds. When they finally parted, Venture began to talk, as though prompted by the moonbeams. "My real name's Venture Harst," he said. "I changed it when I became a vampire. Gannon's a year or two younger than me. Or is it the other way around? It's been so long I can't remember. We were very close growing up. We did everything together, including joining the Vampanese. The Vampanese who blooded us were an honest man and a good teacher. He told us exactly what our lives would be like. He explained their ways and beliefs, how they looked upon themselves as the guardians of history by keeping alive the memories of those they drank from. If a vampire or Vampanese drains a person's blood, he absorbs part of their spirits and memories. He said Vampanese killed when they drank, but did it swiftly and painlessly. "That makes it okay," I snorted. "To the Vampanese, yes," Venture said. "How can you—" I started to explode. Mr. Crepsley stopped me with a soft wave of his hand. "This is not the time for a moral debate. Let Venture talk." "There's not a whole lot more to tell," Venture said. "Gannon and I were blooded as half Vampanese. We served together for a few years as assistants. I couldn't accustom myself to the killing, so I quit." "As simply as that?" Mr. Crepsley asked skeptically. "No," Venture said. "The Vampanese normally don't permit assistants to live if they choose to part company with the clan. No Vampanese will kill one of his own, but that law doesn't apply to a half Vampanese." My master should have killed me when I said I wanted out. Gannon saved me. He pleaded for my life. When that failed, he said our master would have to kill him also. In the end, my life was spared, but I was warned to avoid all Vampinese in the future, including Gannon, whom I never saw again until tonight. For several years I lived miserably. I tried feeding as vampires do, not killing those I fed upon, but Vampinese blood exerts a powerful hold. I'd lose control when I fed. And kill in spite of myself. In the end, I made up my mind not to feed at all and die. It was then that I met Paris Skyle, who took me under his wing. Paris blooded you? Mr. Krebsley asked. Yes. Even though he knew what you were? Vansha nodded. But how can you blood someone as a vampire if he's already been blooded as a Vampinese? I asked. It is possible for those who are not fully blooded, Mr. Krebsley said. A half-vampire can become a Vampinese, and vice versa, but it is dangerous and rarely attempted. I know of only 3 other cases, and twice it ended in death, for both the bloodder and the blooded. Paris knew the risks, Vansha said, but didn't tell me about them until afterwards. I wouldn't have gone through with it if I'd known his life was in danger. What did he have to do? Haggett asked. Take my blood and give me his, the same as any ordinary blooding, Vansha said. The only difference was, half my blood was Vampinese, which is poisonous to vampires. Paris took my tainted blood, and his body's natural defenses broke it down and rendered it harmless. But it could have easily killed him, just as his blood could have killed me. But the luck of the vampires was with us. We both survived. Through our agonies were great. With my Vampinese blood transformed by Paris's blood, I was able to control my feeding urges. I studied under Paris, and in time, trained to be a general. My Vampinese links were revealed to no one except the other princes. They approved of your blooding? Mr. Krebsley asked. After I'd proven myself many times, yes. They worried about Gannon. They were afraid my loyalties would be divided if I met him again, as they have been tonight. But they accepted me, and vowed to keep my true history a secret. Why wasn't I told about you? I asked. Had I come to Vampire Mountain while you were there, you would have been told, but it's impolite to speak of one when he's absent. This is damned frustrating, Mr. Krebsley grunted. I understand why you did not speak of it before, but if we had known, I would have gone after your brother and left you to take care of that giant in the trees. How was I to know? Vansha smiled weakly. I didn't see his face until I was moving in for the kill. He was the last person I expected to run into. Behind us, Ivana emerged from the trees. Her hands were red with the blood of the dead Vampinese. She was carrying something. As she got closer, I realized it was my missing thumb. Found this, she said, tossing it to me. Thought you might like it back. I caught the thumb, then looked down at the stump where it had been cut off. I hadn't been aware of the pain while I was listening to Vansha talk, but now the throbbing intensified. Can we stitch it back on? I winced. Possibly, Mr. Krebsley said, examining the stump and thumb. Lady Ivana, you have the power to connect it immediately and effortlessly, do you not? I do, Ivana agreed. But I won't. Snoops don't deserve special favors. She whacked a finger at me. You should have been a spy, Darren. It was hard to tell whether she was annoyed or amused. Vansha had string and a needle made from fishbone, and while Mr. Krebsley held my thumb in place, the prince stitched it back on, even though his thoughts were elsewhere. It hurt tremendously, but I just had to look away and grit my teeth. The stitching completed, the vampires rubbed their spit around the joint to quicken the healing process, strapped the thumbs tight to my fingers so that the bones could fuse, then let me be. That is the best we can do, Mr. Krebsley said. If it gets infected, we will chop it off again, and you will have to do without. That's right, I growled. Look on the bright side. It's my head you should be chopping off, Venture said bitterly. I should have put duty before kinship. I don't deserve to live. Nonsense, Mr. Krebsley huffed. Any man who would strike a brother is no man at all. You did what any of us would have done. It is unfortunate that you ran into him now, but we have not been harmed by your slips, and I think. He stopped at a sudden burst of laughter from Ivana. The witch was giggling wildly, as if he'd cracked a great joke. Did I say something funny? Mr. Krebsley asked, bemused. Oh, Lawton, if only you knew, she squealed. She raised an eyebrow at Vancha, Harkett, and me. What is she laughing at? None of us knew. Never mind why she's laughing, Vancha said, stepping forward to confront the witch. I want to know what she was doing here in the first place, and why she was consorting with the enemy while pretending to be our ally. Ivana stopped laughing and faced Vancha. She grew magically until she was towering over him like a coiled cobra, but the prince didn't flinch. Gradually, the menace drained out of her, and she resorted to her standard shape. I never claimed to be your ally, Vancha, she said. I traveled with you and broke bread with you, but I never said I was on your side. Does that mean you're on theirs? He snarled. I take nobody's side, she replied coolly. The divide between vampires and vampanese is of no interest to me. I look upon you as silly, warring boys who will one night come to their senses and stop spitting angrily at one another. An interesting view, Mr. Krebsley remarked ironically. I don't understand, I said. If you aren't on their side, what were you doing with them? Conversing, she said, taking their measure, as I did with you. I've sat with the hunters and studied them. Now I've done likewise with the hunted. Whichever the way the war of the scar goes, I'll have to deal with the visitors. Whichever way the war of the scars goes, I'll have to deal with the victors. It's good to know in advance the caliber of those of whom your future is tied. Can anyone make sense of this? Vancha asked. Ivana smirked, delighted by our confusion. Do you find fighting gentlemen read mystery novels? She asked. We stared at her blankly. If you did, you'd have guessed by now what's going on. Have you ever hit a woman? Vancha asked Mr. Krebsley. No, he said. I have, Vancha grunted. Temper, the witch giggled, then grew serious. If you have something that is precious and others are looking for it, where is the best place to hide it? If this rubbish continues, Vancha warned. It's not rubbish, Ivana said. Even humans know the answer to this one. We thought about it in silence. Then I raised a hand, as though in school, and said, Out in the open, in front of everyone? Exactly, Ivana applauded. People searching or hunting rarely find what they seek if it's placed directly before them. It's common to overlook that which is most obvious. What does any of this have to do with? Mr. Krebsley began. The man in the robes was no servant, Harkett interrupted grimly. Our heads turned questioningly. That's what we overlooked. isn't it? Precisely, the witch said, and now there was a touch of sympathy to her tone. By dressing and treating him as a servant, as they have since they took to the road, the Vampanese knew he'd be the last target anyone would focus on in the event of an attack. Holding up 4 fingers, Ivana slowly bent the index one over and said, Your brother didn't run because he was afraid, Vancha. He fled to save the life of the man he was protecting, the fake servant, the Lord of the Vampanese. Chapter 20. Under orders from Ivana, she threatened to blind and deafen us if we disobeyed. We buried the dead Vampanese and vamped in the corpse, digging deep graves and placing them on their backs, facing towards the sky and paradise, before covering them over. Vancha was inconsolable. On our return to the Cirque du Freak, he demanded a bottle of brandy, then locked himself away in a small trailer and refused to answer our calls. He blamed himself for the escape of the Vampanese Lord. If he tackled his brother, the Vampanese Lord would have been at our mercy. It was the first of 4 promised chances to kill him, and it was hard to imagine a simpler opportunity falling into our laps. Mr. Toll already knew what had happened. He'd been expecting the confrontation and told us that the Vampanese had been trailing the Cirque du Freak for more than a month. They knew we were coming, I asked. No, he said. They were following us for other reasons. But you knew we were coming, didn't you? Haggard challenged him. Mr. Toll nodded sadly. I'd have warned you, but the consequences would have been dire. Those with insight into the future are forbidden to influence it. Only Desmond Tiny can meddle directly in the affairs of time. Do you know where they have gone? Mr. Krebsley asked. Or when we are due to clash with them again? No, Mr. Toll said. I could find out, but I read the future as little as possible. What I can tell you is that Gannon Harst is prime protector of the Lord of the Vampanese. The 6 you killed were normal guards who can be replaced. Harst is the key guardian. Where the Lord goes, he goes too. Had he been killed, the odds of future success would have weighed heavily on your side. If only I had gone after Harst instead of Vancha, Mr. Krebsley sighed. Ivana, who had said nothing since we returned, shook her head. Don't waste time regretting lost chances, she said. You weren't destined to face Gannon Harst at this stage of the hunt. Vancha was. It was fate. Let's be positive, I said. We now know who the Vampanese Lord is traveling with. We can spread Gannon Harst's description and tell our people to look out for him. And they won't be able to pull that servant disguise again. Next time, we'll be ready and know who to look for. This is true, Mr. Krebsley agreed. Plus, we have suffered no losses. We are as strong as we were at the start of our quest. We are wiser, and we still have 3 chances to kill him. And why do we feel so terrible? Haggard asked glumly. Failure is always a bitter pill to swallow, Mr. Krebsley said. We saw to our wounds after that. Haggard's arm was badly cut, but no bones were broken. We set it in a sling, and Mr. Krebsley said it would be fine in a couple of nights. My right thumb was turning an ugly color, but Mr. Toll said it wasn't infected and would be okay if I rested it. We were preparing for sleep when we heard angry bellows. Hurrying through the camp, Mr. Krebsley, with a heavy cloak tossed over his head to protect him from the morning sun. We found Vancha on the outskirts, tearing off his clothes, an empty bottle of brandy on the ground beside him, screaming at the sun. Roast me! He challenged it. I don't care! Do what you want! See if I give up! Vancha, Mr. Krebsley snapped. What are you doing? Vansha whirled, snatched up the bottle, and pointed it at Mr. Krebsley as though it was a knife. "Stay away!" he hissed. "I'll kill you if you try to stop me!" Mr. Krebsley came to a halt. He knew better than to mess with a drunken vampire, especially one of Vansha's powers. "This is stupid, sire," he said. "Come inside. We will find another bottle of brandy and help you drink." "To the health of the Vampanese lord," Vansha shrieked crazily. "Sire, this is madness," Mr. Krebsley said. "Aye," Vansha agreed in a sadder, sober tone. "But this is a mad world, Larton. Because I spared the life of my brother, who once saved mine, our greatest enemy has escaped, and our people face defeat. What sort of a world is it where evil is born of an act of goodness?" Mr. Krebsley had no answer for that. "Dying will not help, Vansha," Harkett said. "I should know." "It won't help," Vansha agreed. "But it will punish, and I deserve to be punished. How could I face my fellow princes and generals after this? My chance to kill the Lord of the Vampanese has passed. Better I pass with it than linger and shame us all." "So you plan on staying out here and letting the sun kill you?" I asked. "Aye," he chuckled. "You're a coward," I sneered. His expression hardened. "Take heed, Darren Shan. I'm in the mood to crack a few skulls before I die." "And a fool," I pressed on, regardless. I stormed past Mr. Krebsley and pointed accusingly at Vansha with my good left hand. "Who gave you the right to quit? What makes you think you can abandon the quest and damn us all?" "What are you talking about?" he stammered, confused. "I'm no longer part of the quest. It's up to you and Larton now." "Is it?" Turning, I searched for Ivana and Mr. Toll. I found them together, behind the crowd of circus performers and assistants which had been attracted by the howls of the prince. "Lady Ivana, Mr. Toll, answer if you may. Does Vansha still have a part to play in the hunt for the Vampanese lord?" Mr. Toll shared an uneasy glance with Ivana. She hesitated, then said grudgingly, "He has the power to influence the quest." "But I failed," Vansha said, bewildered. "Once," I agreed. "But who's to say you won't have another chance? Nobody said we'd have one chance each. For all we know, all 4 opportunities are destined to fall to you." Vansha blinked, and his mouth slowly opened. "Even if the chances are to be shared evenly," Mr. Krebsley chipped in, "there are further 3 to go, and Darren and I are only 2. Therefore, one of us must be destined to face the Vampanese lord twice if it goes down to the final encounter." Vansha wavered on his feet, considering our words, then dropped the bottle and stumbled towards me. I caught and steadied him. "I've been an idiot, haven't I?" he groaned. "Yes," I agreed, smiling, then led him back into the shade, where he joined us in slumber until the darkening of night. We arose with the sinking of the sun and gathered in Mr. Toll's van. As dusk deepened and Vansha drank mug after mug of steaming hot coffee to cure his hangover, we debated our next move and decided it would be for the best if we left the Cirque du Freak. I would have liked to stay on longer, and so would Mr. Krebsley, but our destiny lay elsewhere. Besides, Gannon Hast might return with an army of Vampanese, and we didn't want to find ourselves boxed in or bring the wrath of our foes down upon the circus folk. Ivana would not be traveling with us. The witch told us she was returning to her cave and frogs to prepare for the tragedies to come. "And there will be tragedies," she said, a sparkle in her brown and green eyes. "Whether for the vampires or Vampanese, I don't yet know, but it must end in tears for one set. That much is certain. I can't say I missed the short, hairy, ugly witch when she left. Her dark predictions had brought nothing but gloom into our lives, and I thought we were better off without her. Venture would also be departing by himself. We agreed that he should return to Vampire Mountain and tell the others of our encounter with the Lord of the Vampanese. They needed to know about Gen and Haas. Venture would link up with us again later by tracking Mr. Krebsley's mental waves. We bid short farewells to our friends of the Cirque du Freak. Ever was sad that I had to leave so soon, but he knew my life was complicated. Shankus was even sadder. It would be his birthday soon, and he'd been anticipating a wonderful present. I told the snake boy I'd find something exciting on the road and send it to him, although I couldn't guarantee that it would reach him in time for his birthday, and that cheered him up. Truska asked if I wanted to take my newly tailored pirate costume with me. I told her to hang on to it. It would only get stained and torn during my travels. I swore I'd be back to try it out. She said I'd better, then treated me to a long goodbye kiss, which had Venture seething with jealousy. Mr. Tall met us at the edge of camp as we were about to leave.
Sorry I could not come earlier, he said. Business to deal with. The show must go on.
Take care, Hibernius, Mr. Krebsley said, shaking the tall man's hand. For once, Mr. Tall didn't shirk away from the contact.
You too, Lawton,
he replied, and gave a grave expression on his face. Looking around at us, he said,
Dark times lie ahead, regardless of the outcome of your quests. I want you to know that there will always be a home for you, all of you, here at the Cirque du Freak. I can't play as active a part in the deciding of the future as I wish, but I can offer sanctuary.
We thanked him for his offer, then watched as he walked away and was swallowed by the shadows of his beloved circus camp. Facing each other, we hesitated, reluctant to part. Well, Venture boomed eventually. Time I was off. It's a long trek to Vampire Mountain, even with flitting. Vampires weren't supposed to flit on the way to the mountain fortress, but the rules had been relaxed during wartime to allow for quicker communications between generals and princes. Each of us shook Venture's hand. I felt miserable at the thought of parting with the red-skinned, sun-fighting prince. Cheer up, he laughed at my gloomy expression. I'll be back in time to lead the second charge against the Vampanese lord. You have my word. And Venture March never broke. He paused. March or Hearst? He mused aloud, then spat into the dirt at his feet. Charness gods. I've gone this long as Venture March. I'll stick with it. Saluting, he turned abruptly and jogged away. Soon he was running. Then, in a flash, he hit flitting speed and was lost to sight. And then there were 3, Mr. Krebsley muttered, gazing at Harkett and me. Back where we started 6 years ago, I said. But we had a destination then, Harkett noted. Where are we going this time? I looked to Mr. Krebsley for an answer. He shrugged. We can decide later. For now, let us simply walk. Hoisting our bags onto our backs, we spared the Cirque du Freak one last lingering glimpse, then faced the cold, unwelcoming darkness and set forth, surrendering ourselves to the forces of destiny and future terrors of the night. To be continued.